Chapter 631 Coincidental Win. Chapter 631 Coincidental Win. President, you're so awesome. How did you find out? West looked at Qin Zhao excitedly. Qin Zhao looked at him indifferently. What's so hard about it? I can see through whoever looks at me. Inside, he thought, I really hit the jackpot with this coincidence. He could catch a supernatural criminal like this. But he seems really weak, Qin Zhao said. His mana is 122. He's a Class D criminal, but his combat power isn't that strong. His mana is mostly used to maintain his looks. He's actually already in his 50s. Qin Zhao felt really uncomfortable. He was actually harassed by an old man in his 50s. No wonder he had such bad hair loss. He was already over 50. President, in the beginning, he said that his family wouldn't forgive us. Family? Does he have supporters? Did you investigate his family yet? President, I think the family is an organization. What organization? Have you heard of it before? No. Continue to interrogate him, Qin Zhao said. Since they'd already determined that the guy was a supernatural criminal, then it was under their authority. After 30 minutes, West came out. He was exhausted and sweaty. West, how come it looks like you just had sex with him? President, please don't joke like that. I'm tired from beating him up. We're a supernatural organization and you're interrogating using such normal methods? How lowly. Then, President, how about you do it? This crew job doesn't suit me. Call the others over. The other members were summoned. After the situation was explained, everyone wanted to try and show off. Of course, Qin Zhao had a simple requirement: use supernatural powers to make him talk. Unfortunately, Brighton's mouth was tighter than they'd imagined. Just then, Pamela spoke. Let me try. She was now an official member, so she had the right to take part in this kind of mission too. Okay, you try. Pamela could feel that the members of the organization still weren't comfortable with her. However, she wanted to fit in. After all, being a lonely ghost was far from as comfortable as having a refuge like this. Pamela didn't need anyone to open the door. She went right through the wall of the room. And then everyone heard pained cries stream out of the confession room. The cries were honestly blood-chilling. A while later, Pamela came out of the interrogation room. How did it go? Did he talk? No. Everyone was disappointed. They'd thought that Pamela could be more useful. But in the end, it was the same. She couldn't make Brighton talk. Then Pamela said, he might have been cursed by a talking spirit. Huh? Talking spirit? If he says any critical information, he'd get killed by the talking spirit, Pamela said. That's why he doesn't dare to talk. Qin Zhao considered it. So, there's no way to make him confess? From his fragments, I guess that the family includes very strong spiritualists. L.A. Might have other members too. To be honest, don't you think this group is kind of funny? Qin Zhao asked. Maybe he was affected by a certain Chinese reality TV show, but he just found it funny. Would they yell out "We are family" whenever they go on a mission together? President, we're talking about something serious. After getting to know Qin Zhao, they discovered that it was hard for him to be serious. It was such a grave discussion, but how did he get led astray? What? You're talking about something serious, but I'm not? Are you looking down on me? President, how about we take a break today? Fine. Don't kill him. I'll go back and think of a way to pry open his mouth. Just then, Qin Zhao got a call from Zola. He guessed that she was here to ask about Brighton. Zola, are you going to ask about that guy? No. What does his life or death have to do with me? Zola indeed didn't plan on getting involved. With her relationship with Qin Zhao, she would support Qin Zhao no matter what. Plus, when she'd heard that Brighton harassed Qin Zhao, even she wanted to kill the man. As for his fate, she cared even less. I just wanted to ask if there's anything you need help with. Anything. Zola's words were already very clear. If Brighton was dead, she was willing to help quell the problem. Whether Zola was able to or not, Chen Zhao had to be grateful. Thank you, but I don't need to bother anyone about him. No one will come to cause trouble either. Not even the police. Zola didn't expect that Chen Zhao's connections were already this broad. He could make someone disappear in broad daylight and not be affected at all. Okay, I did this for nothing. No, I should thank you for your concern. Let's stop talking about this. I heard that old man Steven has a problem. Will you go visit him? Sure. I'll find time to go see him. Chen Zhao knew about Steven's problem. It was the movie. Steven was unhappy these days and buried himself in the movie production. Last time, he'd asked Chen Zhao for 2 bottles of wine to invite some people from the theaters and media to help with screening and promotion. But it wasn't very effective. After all, this wine wasn't a drug. It wouldn't mess with their minds just by drinking the wine. Chen Zhao couldn't do much to help Steven, other than giving him some wine. But judging from Zola's tone, Steven was in really bad shape. Chen Zhao felt that, as a friend, he had to visit him. After leaving the headquarters, he called Steven. Steven, it's me. I want to drink with you. Where are you? Chen, I'm kind of busy. We'll drink after this. I want to drink with you now, Chen Zhao said directly. Chen, I'm seriously busy. Where are you? Chen Zhao pressed on. After a pause, Steven finally said, Okay, come. I'm in my studio. That's better. Wait for me. I'm coming now. Chapter 632 True Form. Chapter 632 True Form. Sir, who are you looking for? Steven. The receptionist blocked Chen Zhao's way. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist looked at Chen Zhao. With 2 bamboo containers on his back, Chen Zhao really did not look like a decent person. Yes, you can call Steven. Of course, please wait. The receptionist was about to return to the front desk and call Steven when he realized that Chen Zhao had entered the elevator by himself. Sir? Wait. The receptionist quickly rushed into the elevator. Sir, please go down and leave with me. Outsiders are not allowed in here. Don't worry. I've really made an appointment with that old man. Sir, please. If you have an appointment, let me ask first. I might lose the job because of this. I promise you won't. The elevator stopped and Chen Zhao shouted right away. Steven. Steven walked out from a dim room, his hair messy. There were obvious dark circles below his eyes. Mr. Steven, I'm really sorry. He entered by force. I'll get the security. Steven waved his hand. No need. Don't stop him if he comes again. Oh, understood. The receptionist glanced at Chen Zhao. There were only 2 people who could come here without notice. But now, there would be one more. Where's your office? Let's go there. Asshole, you knew that I'm super busy, and yet you had to come and disturb me. I was worried you'll just die. You look terrible. After they entered the office, Chen Zhao closed the door. When Chen Zhao opened the cover, an indescribable, intense aroma filled the air. Steven gasped. This is not the purple brew? No, but it's better. Chen Zhao grabbed the wine. But it'll make you sleep for 3 days. Are you sure you want to drink it? Steven understood it at once. Chen Zhao wanted him to rest. Steven began to hesitate. The wine smelled way too good. Even the smell was unforgettable. He even felt slightly energized. If he could take a sip, how good would it be? Steven gulped. Leave the wine here. I'll drink it after I finish my work. Fuck! I'm here to drink with you, and you want me to leave the wine here and then leave? Are you still my friend? Fine, take the wine away, Steven said, his face filled with pain. But his rationality eventually defeated his impulse. No matter how good the wine was, it was not as important as work. Steven, don't tire yourself out too much. You need to rest. I know you're trying to help me, but... Chen Zhao did not know how to persuade Steven. Steven's attitude was firm. Work was the most important thing. In the end, Chen Zhao still left the wine here. Stephen could drink it if he wanted to. As soon as Qin Zhao entered the elevator, Stephen hurried into the dim room. Qin Zhao called Rasva, asking him to look after Stephen. Stephen was in really bad shape at the moment. Qin Zhao was a doctor, not a housekeeper. If his patient would not take care of their own health, there was nothing he could do either. By the time he returned home, it was already after 8 p.m. Qin Zhao had a quick dinner. Then, he sat beside the lake with Fei Lai, enjoying the quiet moment. No one disturbed them. Everything was calm and peaceful. Just then, Abitos climbed over. Chen, is Abitos really a fire dragon? Fei Lai knew Abitos' real identity since the beginning, but she had never seen his true form. Qin Zhao glanced at Abitos. He petted Abitos and then threw him a demonic crystal. Abitos charged toward the lake. Just as he was about to run into the water, he kicked the ground hard and jumped a meter into the air. As he was falling, a pair of wings suddenly opened from his back with a whoosh. Abitos slapped the water with his tail, gliding just above the surface. Fei Lai was rooted to the spot. She opened her mouth but made no sound. Many bony pockets appeared on Abitos' head. They looked like immature dragon horns, and there were more than just a pair. The 2 rows of bony pockets extended from his brow bones all the way to the back of his head. His limbs also became slightly longer, and his body stronger. This was Abitos' true form. Of course, it was his true form in the human world. He had similarly come to the human world in his true form, but he could communicate with his parents. Qin Zhao had no idea how it was done. Moreover, Abitos could change his form for a short time, just like the Silly Twins combination. The Silly Twins combination skill also had a time limit. Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the lake. The bored Amon was actually actively provoking Abitos. Dodging the water pillar, Abitos fired back with a mouthful of dragon breath. Amon hid under the water. Although Abitos' dragon breath was powerful, it could not hurt him. Then, Amon slapped the water with his tail and a huge wave stormed toward Abitos. Abitos flew 20 meters into the air, avoiding the wave. It seemed as if Abitos was preparing something in his mouth. His whole body gave off a red light. Then, Abitos blasted something out of his mouth. A fireball dropped down. Boom! It was like 1 kilogram of TNT had been detonated. Massive waves raged within 10 meters of the point of impact. Qin Zhao and Fei Lai were totally flabbergasted. Even Qin Zhao did not expect Abitos to have such a potent ultimate. It was probably as strong as his sneeze cannon from the mouth of Glutton. Amon would not resurface again. He was probably frightened by the attack too. Fortunately, he had hidden in the water. If he was on the surface and hit directly, he might have died. Nonetheless, after making the attack, Abitos seemed weaker too. Flapping his wings, he returned to the shore, after which he restored his usual form. Has Abitos always been this strong? Fei Lai touched Abitos, who lay beside her. He's only a child. A child? How strong will he be when he becomes an adult? Qin Zhao was unsure too. It would depend on how much Abitos was suppressed by the principles of the human world. Anyway, there was no way he would be as strong as his mother, Oris. Furthermore, he could not maintain his fire dragon form forever. Ada, Mother told me that the human soul has completed the translation. Can you tell me the translated content? No, it's too much. I can't maintain the connection with Mother for too long. Qin Zhao sighed. It seemed like he had to go to hell again. Chapter 633 Devil's Day, Baptism. Chapter 633 Devil's Day, Baptism. Qin Zhao came to hell again. Today, it seemed to be special. The sun and moon were both out. Qin Zhao's mouth of gluttony appeared directly. The curse vision and eye of shadow vision opened at the same time. He felt excitement in his blood. Human welcome! Oris went to give Qin Zhao a hug. Beelzebub Sophie also hugged him. Even though they were both superior demons, Qin Zhao liked hugging Oris more. Sophie didn't know how to control his power at all. The hug made Qin Zhao feel that his bones were about to get crushed. Lord, Madam, is today a special day? I feel like my blood is boiling. Devil's Day, Sophie said. I picked today to summon you here. In the West, Devil's Day was June 6th. Qin Zhao realized that it was indeed Devil's Day in the human world. He just didn't notice. He didn't think it was an actual thing either. Why? Every demon has one chance to be baptized. It allows their demon power to be purer and stronger, Sophie said. But based on each demon's wealth, they receive different benefits from the baptism. Sophie and Oris brought Qin Zhao to the highest point of Obsidian Castle. It was the top of a circular tower. It wasn't covered with a roof, and there was a big magic formation drawn on the gray tile with blood. There were also a dozen bodies. They were all demon corpses. Judging from their size, they didn't seem to have a low status either. Qin Zhao suspected that they'd been Samuel Logan's underlings. Do you still have angelic crystals? Sophie asked. Yes. Qin Zhao took out a perfect crystal. He'd received this from killing Jerry last time. Sophie didn't like the aura, but merely touching it wouldn't hurt him. Ha! He crushed it with all his might. Qin Zhao realized that he could crush the angelic crystal without much power. But Sophie seemed to have trouble. Was it because they countered each other? Then Sophie sprinkled the powder over the magic formation. What is this for? Sacrifice, Oris said. To a mighty demon king, all beings can be sacrificed. The more superior the sacrifice, the more you receive in return. Regular demons may prepare the entire year for this. As His Majesty's enemy, angels would be the highest level of sacrifice. Of course, no one can actually sacrifice angels, so we can use angelic crystals in their place. No, go stand in the center of the magic formation. Qin Zhao dragged his huge right arm and stood in the center of the formation. Oris lowered onto one knee while murmuring something. I'm not sure what you'll receive from His Majesty, Sophie said. But if you feel like you can't take it anymore, leave the center. If it surpasses your limit, you'll burst from his power. Okay, understood. Sophie also lowered onto one knee at the side. Next, he and Oris placed their wrists at their mouths at the same time and bit down hard. The blood of the two superior demons dripped onto the blood-red magic formation. Sahu, Marsala, Hilda, was Yaduta. Sophie and Oris uttered complicated and difficult syllables. Qin Zhao understood the demon language, but he still didn't know what they were saying. Suddenly, he felt something. He looked up at the red sun and moon. In that instant, he saw a figure descend from the sky. It seemed to be filled with light but also shrouded in darkness. Qin Zhao couldn't see the six-pointed star emblazoned into the figure's eyes. As if his right arm had lost control, it raised in the air. His entire arm was covered in blood and the mouth of gluttony was screaming. Right then, his clothes exploded. Black lines appeared under his skin. This was the blood from the King of Wrath that Logan had left in him last time. Samuel still hadn't helped cleanse him of it. Right now, that blood was also affected and emerged. The figure in the sky grasped Qin Zhao's right arm. The other hand pressed onto his chest. The figure opened his mouth and uttered syllables like Beelzebub, Sophie, and his wife. Next, the black lines on Qin Zhao started falling. They landed on the ground and transformed into a pool of black liquid. His right arm also shrunk back to its original size. Qin Zhao felt that the mouth of gluttony didn't weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Immediately after, the mouth of gluttony bit down at the figure. The figure was now missing a corner. The black liquid on the ground also extended and wrapped the remaining parts of the figure and dragged it into the darkness. Before it was completely dragged into darkness, the mouth of gluttony took another bite. Then Qin Zhao shook his head. He woke up. The blood-red magic formation on the ground disappeared. Sophie and Oris stood on the side, looking at him. You completely accepted His Majesty's gift? Qin Zhao scratched his head. I can't really remember what happened. That's normal. Most demons can't remember the process. Even if they remember, the baptism and everyone's memories are different. I sense Logan's blood in you. You swallowed his blood before? Yes. Qin Zhao didn't deny it. He looked at his right arm. It looked a bit darker than his left arm. Then he lowered his head and looked at his shadow underfoot. Suddenly his heart jumped. His shadow suddenly extended a hand that had been formed by the black liquid. He was shocked. This was too strange. But as he got distracted, the hand transformed back into a liquid and returned to his shadow. Come, try punching me, Sophie said. Punch you? Yes, use all your power. Qin Zhao grasped his right arm. So, punch you with all my might? He knew that he was still far from Sophie's level, so he didn't worry that he could hurt Sophie. Chapter 634 The Third Eye. Chapter 634 The Third Eye. Charge. Qin Zhao drew in a deep breath, quietly feeling the power flowing in his body. Power had never felt so real before. It was not magical power, just pure, physical power. It flowed in every corner of his body as if it was matter. At the moment, it was flowing into his right arm. Suddenly, Qin Zhao felt something on his arm. It was familiar yet strange. The third eye opened, and a surging power was gathering. Oh! Some surprise flashed across Aura's eyes. With a loud yell, Qin Zhao's fist flew across the air with unstoppable momentum. Beelzebub Sophie extended 2 fingers. When Qin Zhao hit Beelzebub Sophie's fingers, his fist was deflected at once. Indeed, their powers were too different. The gap was hopelessly colossal. Beelzebub Sophie had easily blocked Qin Zhao's punch with just 2 fingers. And he was in his human form, not true form. Even though Qin Zhao felt that he was pretty strong already, he was still so powerless before this great demon lord. Lord, next time you test my strength, please use your entire hand, no matter how big our difference is. At least I'll feel better. Human, I know you're not that fragile. I only wanted to let you know your true strength, not to deceive you. Qin Zhao shrugged helplessly. Lord, you seem keen on training me. Why? At the start, it's only because you saved Oris, and my bastard son, Beelzebub Sophie said. But you showed no signs of rejection to my power. Do you know? There's almost no way a human world species could accept the bloodlines of the 7 great demon kings. You could, and you aren't affected by the principles of the human world. You're the most special one. The stronger you are, the safer Abitos will be. If you think that Abitos won't be safe in the human world, you can summon him back here. No, I hope that he'll remain in the human world forever, at least when you're still alive. Why? It's not time for you to know yet. Qin Zhao almost managed to repeat the line with Beelzebub Sophie. I knew you would say that. How uncreative. It seems like your third pristine eyeball has opened. Oris walked up and held Qin Zhao's arm. Beelzebub Sophie looked at the eye on Qin Zhao's arm. It's the eye of power. What does it do? Qin Zhao asked. Did you feel anything unusual when you attacked me? I felt I'd become much stronger. Correct. I would have just used 1 finger, but because of this eye, I had to use 2. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Was there any difference between 1 finger and 2? Double the humiliation? Qin Zhao was not at all pleased that Beelzebub Sophie used only 2 fingers. The eye of power can double your power, but your mouth of glutton will only last half as much time. Double the damage, double the exhaustion. Your magical power is just too little, Oris said. Is there a way to increase that? Can you give me some of your magical power? Bloodlines can be transferred, but not magical power. Every individual's magical power is unique. If you rashly accept magical power from someone else, the consequences are unpredictable. If the magical power you accept is weaker than yours, you may not experience much, but if it's stronger, the consequences will only be disastrous. Qin Zhao suddenly recalled the times when he became allergic because the mouth of glutton had devoured whatever it encountered. But it did not affect him much. It seemed like he was only lucky. The mouth of glutton is too greedy. Sometimes it'll eat my enemies due to pure instinct. The mouth of glutton was a bloodline of gluttony, after all. Gluttony was its instinct. If it ate things without magical power, Chen Zhao would be fine. He did not encounter any problem when it ate metal or bulletproof glass. But sometimes, it would swallow his enemies directly. In the past, Chen Zhao did not know the possible consequences. Now that he knew it, he would not dare to let the mouth of glutton eat whatever it wanted. The instinct of the mouth of glutton cannot be suppressed, even for me. I frequently eat random things, Beelzebub Sophie said. But I would convert my enemy's magical power and release it immediately. Chen Zhao thought of something. Release the magical power? Wasn't it just the sneeze cannon? When a glutton eats their target, they will absorb some of their target's characteristics, but not everything can be absorbed. An example is magical power. So as gluttony subordinates, we have a method to release what's not needed. Beelzebub Sophie looked at Oris. Understanding what he wanted, Oris opened her mouth and shot a fireball at Beelzebub Sophie. Beelzebub Sophie opened his mouth and swallowed the fireball directly. Chen Zhao felt that the couple was spitting saliva at each other. Shouldn't you go back to your room to play this? Forget it, I can't afford to offend any of you. Let's not speak. Beelzebub Sophie's chest expanded slightly. The next instant, he blew in the air and a fire pillar rocketed into the sky. Chen Zhao realized that it was similar to his sneeze cannon. But there were also some differences. Come and try it. Wait. What do you mean by try it? Boom! Oris blasted Chen Zhao away with her saliva. Too slow. Can't you warn me first? Chen Zhao rubbed his black face. You enemies will not warn you. Again. Boom. Again. Hot, hot. Finally, Chen Zhao managed to catch Oris' mini dragon breath. But he was immediately scalded by it. Once you've managed to devour the spell, hit it with your own magical power, and then release it from the mouth to counterattack your enemy. Again. Too slow again. Too slow again. Use your magical power to attack the spell. Don't hesitate. Again. Chen Zhao had never received such a formal training session. The couple's joint special training really managed to torture Chen Zhao. As Chen Zhao's summoner, Beelzebub Sophie could not attack Chen Zhao. But Oris was different. She could hit Chen Zhao however she wanted. Moreover, her attacks were simply unreasonable. Although she had kept her power to the minimum, Chen Zhao still felt like he was being blasted by grenades one after another. Chapter 635 Bring him to me. Chapter 635 Bring him to me. After Oris tossed a few hundred grenades, Chen Zhao finally didn't die. In movies, the people who survived were the main characters. Those who didn't were random passers-by. Okay, this kind of attack had some effect. At least, Chen Zhao wouldn't die if anyone threw a grenade at him, as long as he didn't try to eat the grenade. At least, he wouldn't die if they threw the grenades one by one. Anyway, Chen Zhao's ability to take hits had improved greatly. He felt like he could go challenge a police station now. Of course, if the police station had a few machine guns, Chen Zhao would probably have to surrender still. However, against these targeted magic attacks, Chen Zhao could manage. If he faced this kind of situation in the future, he wouldn't have to rely on the Qingyi armor to take it head-on. Actually, the theory behind these sneeze bombs was simple. It was just using the incompatibility between your own magic and the swallowed magic. The moment you swallow it, use your own magic as the spring to release the spell again. But even though the theory was simple, only the glutton could actually use it. If anyone else tried it, their lips would probably explode. Oh Lord, I have a question. What is it? Is there a way to make someone cursed with the talking spirit to talk? No, Beelzebub Sophie said. No way at all. If he's in the human world, you can kill him and send his soul to me. I'll interrogate him for you. But after someone dies, their soul falls randomly into hell, right? If you put one of my mementos with him before he dies, then his soul would land near me after he dies. Sophie tossed Chen Zhao a ring. This ring will send the soul directly to me, but it can only be used once. Okay, I understand. Oh, this is the thing that the old human translated. Sophie gave the Naval Diary translation and original to Qin Zhao. Do you want to keep the old guy? Keep him. I need to check if the diary was translated correctly or not. When he returned to the living world, it wasn't dawn like before. Fei Lai was eating dinner when he returned, and she saw him appear suddenly. Oh. Fei Lai, I'm back. Shun, you kept your phone with me. Yesterday, Mr. Rasfa called, saying that Stephen is hospitalized. He wanted me to tell you as soon as you came back. Fei Lai handed him the phone. Chen Zhao's happy mood was ruined instantly. That old bastard, Chen Zhao said, annoyed. I told him a few days ago to take care of his body. I don't care about him now. Fei Lai stared at him, and Chen Zhao fidgeted under her eyes. Okay, I'll go calm him and see if he's dead yet. Chen Zhao dialed Stephen's phone. Old bastard, if you're not dead yet, tell me which hospital you're in. But an old woman's voice traveled from the other end. Who are you? Stephen isn't able to answer the phone now. This was awkward. Chen Zhao and Stephen usually talked without holding back. He didn't think that someone else would answer. You're Stephen's personal doctor, right? Yes. He's in Chantilly Hospital. I'll go over now. Fei Lai already brought over Chen Zhao's clothes. Go shower and change before going. Right now, he was dressed like a bum. Chen Zhao hurried to the hospital and knocked on the door to Stephen's room. A moment later, an old woman opened the door. This was Chen Zhao's second time meeting Halifa Oliver. Hello, miss. Hi. Stephen is laying in there. Come in. Thank you, miss. Chen Zhao still showed respect toward seniors that he didn't know. Oh, your wine is very nice, Halifa said. Huh. I won't disturb you and Stephen anymore. With that, Halifa left the room. Entering the door, Chen Zhao saw Stephen laying in bed, but he was awake. But his expression was dark. Chen Zhao's expression darkened too. Old bastard. Chen, help me get better faster. I need to be discharged. I can't stay here now. Chen Zhao clenched his teeth and stared at Stephen. I told you already to rest or drink that wine. Even if you sleep for 3 days, it'll help you recover, but you didn't listen and insisted on being so stubborn. And just like I expected, you messed up your body. It's not the time to blame me now. I need to be discharged. I can't help discharge you right now, but it's not too late. Drink this wine. You only need 1 glass and sleep 3 days. Then you'll recover. There's no other way? Or you can spend more time in the hospital. You can choose. Stephen hesitated. He stared imploringly at Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao was unmoved. Stephen was just overexhausted. It wasn't hard for him to get discharged quickly, but Chen Zhao would be harming him if he did that. Chen Zhao didn't want to lose a friend. No matter what state the movie was in, Stephen was still more important. Okay. Stephen sighed. Help me call that old woman in. Chen Zhao went outside and called Halifa in. Halifa, go to my studio and take the wine out of my safe. You asshole, you're crazy. Look at your health. You still want to drink? Stephen looked at Chen Zhao, so he explained. Miss, please believe me. That wine will only help Stephen instead of harming him. Is it the purple brew? Halifa licked her lips. She wasn't an alcoholic, but she really liked it. That flavor was memorable and tempting. It's not purple brew, but it's better, Chen Zhao said. Stephen, I won't stay here. Okay. Oh, you disappeared for more than a day. Where did you go? No, I just went to get medicine from the mountains and forgot my phone, Chen Zhao said. You picked the medicine that you usually use from the mountains? Okay, let's stop talking about me. I have other stuff to do. Miss, goodbye. Bye. Halifa could feel how close Chen Zhao and Stephen were. Chapter 636 Burr's Death. Chapter 636 Burr's Death. Qin Zhao was driving on the forest path leading to the supernatural organization. Suddenly, he stamped on the brakes. He had almost hit someone. The person standing in the middle of the road also did not expect a car to come on this road. He walked to the roadside and glanced at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also looked at him. Qin Zhao was about to continue driving when he realized that something was amiss. There was only one road here, and it led to the supernatural organization. Why would the person be standing in the middle of the road? Qin Zhao alighted from the car and walked toward the person. When the person saw that, he turned around and ran at once. Qin Zhao immediately gave chase. Just then, the person turned around again without warning. Shit! Qin Zhao saw the person point a gun at him. Bang! Qingyi armor! Qin Zhao's magical power turned into a shield. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead as he fell on the ground. After an entire minute, Qin Zhao finally stood up again. He felt like he had been punched in the head. There wasn't enough time for him to cast Qingyi armor completely. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was almost shot in the head. Qin Zhao was totally enraged. When West saw Qin Zhao's car stop at the entrance, he immediately went downstairs. President, what's wrong? Qin Zhao's face was filled with a gloomy and murderous expression, as if he was about to kill someone. West was very confused. Without saying a word, Qin Zhao entered the HQ. Where are our people? He only saw 2 or 3 unimportant members there. Jalanash and Belia are having combat training with the evil spirit group, West said. Jalag and Padalu are equipping the modification room. Burr's been experiencing a backache recently and was hospitalized. Moore is in school. Is Moore still studying? West secretly rolled his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? He was only 15. What else would he be doing? How about an Elite and Morid? We don't have any missions now. An Elite is busy with his own work. Morid is sleeping upstairs. What could Qin Zhao say? The supernatural organization sounded glorious, but almost everyone was part-time. Of course, that included Qin Zhao himself. In the entire organization, the only full-time member was the security guard Aduz, probably. Fine, even Qin Zhao would not force himself to spend all his time on the organization. So he was not in the position to ask others to do that. By the way, what's their salaries? Qin Zhao asked. I was planning to make a salary table. Class E members will get $6,000 a month, Class D $8,000, West said. Before every mission, we'll assess our members, rewarding those with outstanding performances. Great, I have no objections. Qin Zhao trusted West. Oh, President, do take a look at these financial bills. What are the bills for? Electricity, water, internet, funding applications from Jalag and Padalu, work injury application from Burr. Wait. Burr's backache is counted as a work injury? He said he got the injury from Mapleville. Qin Zhao covered his forehead. Forget it. I'll leave the finance stuff to you. Qin Zhao thought that he was really a busybody. Why did he want to manage the finance? It was a complete mess. He would rather not see it, out of sight, out of mind. Also, Jalag and Padala have made this together, rings to display one's class. West gave Qin Zhao a ring. Qin Zhao knew at once that it was made from demonic gold. Nevertheless, people who had never seen demonic gold before would probably think it was real gold. This is a Class A ring, West said. Your name is on this one, as well as the symbol of the supernatural organization. In addition, the ring has been enchanted with spells. It'll change its size according to the size of your finger. How about Class B, C, D, and E? Look! West took out a few rings with a similar design but different colors. They were red, silver, blue, and gray respectively. They looked pretty nice. President, our rings can boost one's magical power slightly. Do you think we should sell them? Do you know potential customers? Yes, West nodded. But they can only buy it after a magical power assessment, Qin Zhao said. I'll leave that to you too. Remember to show me the financial statements. Don't be like Worcester, or I'll kill you. West shivered. Who would dare to play with finance now? Just look at what happened to Worcester. Is the sissy still alive? Chen Zhao asked. Yes. Bring me there. After they reached Brighton's interrogation room, Chen Zhao walked in. West did not follow, but very soon, he heard a scream from inside. After a while, West saw Chen Zhao standing there. Brighton, with his neck slanted, was already dead. President, didn't you still need to interrogate him? Why did you kill him? I have a way to make him speak, but I need him dead first. President, you have a way to lock his soul? No, I'm sending him to my friend, Chen Zhao said lightly. All right, I'll inform you if I learn anything. Burr, what are you doing? The young nurse dodged Burr's hand and scolded him. The nurse was already used to this. Hee. Burr took back his hand with a smile. Just as the nurse left, someone else walked in. The person had on a pair of sunglasses and a leather jacket. As he walked, he cracked his fingers. Who are you? Burr looked at him, puzzled. The person approached the hospital bed. Suddenly, he grabbed Burr and threw him out of the window. Luckily, it was only on the second floor. In his panic, Burr quickly transformed. By the time he landed, he had already turned into a mini giant. Burr lifted his head and looked at the person by the window. The person also jumped down. With a loud roar, Burr flung his fist at the person. However, when his punch hit the person, he felt as though he had just struck a piece of iron. Burr almost fractured his hand. You! While still in midair, the person lifted his fist and smacked Burr's face. Burr was completely stunned. Then, the person punched out again. It hit Burr's chest directly. Burr vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. The person raised his leg and stamped on Burr's chest. Burr opened his mouth, his eyes almost popping out. The next moment, his body finally went soft. Think I killed him? Grandfather asked me to keep him alive. The person scratched his head. Grandfather will definitely scold me for this. Chapter 637 You Need Insurance Now. Chapter 637 You Need Insurance Now. Oh, there's fog. There was fog in the schoolyard. Moore looked outside the window. Where did the fog come from? No, this was magic. Moore shot to his feet. All the students and the teacher looked at him. Moore, what are you doing? Sit down. We're in class. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something. Get back here! Where are you going? Ignoring the teacher's warnings, Moore rushed out of the building. But after a few steps, he realized that he was lost. The fog was too heavy, and he couldn't see the street at all. He walked a bit, and then wanted to go back to school, but he realized that he couldn't see the building anymore. Moore grew nervous. He could only search in the fog. He suddenly heard a sound. Was it on that side? Moore walked toward the sound. The next instant, a huge force sent him flying. A balding man rushed out of a car and people crowded around. Not me, not me! He suddenly ran into the street. The balding man paled in fright. Moore lay on the ground in a bloody mess. His pupils were dilated. There was no fog around him. Nothing at all. In the distance, a girl was holding her phone. Grandfather, I took care of it. That kid from the supernatural organization is already in the hospital. Chloe, good job, an aged voice said on the other end. You're my good granddaughter. What about Jack? That idiot killed the man. I told you that you don't have to trouble people for things like this, Chloe said. I can take care of it by myself. Will the supernatural organization kill Brighton in anger? I don't know. I hope they don't do something so stupid. Otherwise, there'll be no need for them to exist anymore. Grandfather, these people are nothing. Why don't we charge directly into their headquarters? Wooly searched the premises. The organization is really weak, but they seem to have a lot of evil spirits. I don't know what agreement they have with the evil spirit organization, but they coexist in harmony. If we attack impulsively, not only will we face the supernatural organization, We'll also face a large number of evil spirits. We can't attack the headquarters. I don't want my grandchildren to do such a dangerous thing. Then let's attack them during the day. Right now we only have you, Wooly, Jack, Darius, and I. Even if the evil spirits don't come out during the day, it's still not safe. Let's wait until your parents bring people to L.A. This is annoying. Why don't we just capture the leader and force them to hand Brighton over? Wooly said that when he was checking out the organization yesterday, he ran into the president along the way and shot him. That's hilarious. What a weak supernatural organization. Their boss got killed with one shot. Chloe started laughing loudly. What's so scary about a failure group like this? I can take care of it by myself. President, there's a problem. Qin Zhao heard West's panicked and low voice as soon as he picked up the phone. What's wrong? Burr has died and Moore's in the hospital from a car crash. Accident? Qin Zhao asked in confusion. Burr was beaten to death inside the hospital, West said gravely. According to an eyewitness, Moore ran into the street and was hit by a racing car. I suspect he fell into a hallucination. Qin Zhao frowned. Who did it? I don't know. I have no clue. Qin Zhao thought of how he'd gotten shot in the morning. He was pissed. He'd forgotten the feeling of almost dying. West paused for a few seconds. President, something happened to Moore too. Qin Zhao's mood fell. Everyone who had an accident was outside the headquarters. Have everyone stay here for now. Oh, any news from an elite? No, I'll call him now. I'll contact him. You watch everyone in the headquarters. Don't let them run around. Qin Zhao looked down on the supernatural organization, but he was the president now. He couldn't just stand to the side as his minions were bullied. Plus, he'd almost gotten killed today too. Hi, an elite, where are you now? Huh? President, I'm at a meeting right now. I'll call you back later. Some group is attacking our members. Burr died. Moore and Moorad are both hospitalized. Where are you? I'll go find you. Huh? An elite was shocked. I'm at my office. Fuck, I'm asking where your office is. XXXX Violet Road. Stay in your office and don't go anywhere. Those guys probably won't attack randomly. I'm coming over right now. Qin Zhao hurried to Angelite's office building. An elite sold insurance. When he was downstairs, Qin Zhao called him. But it took an elite more than 10 minutes to come down. How come you're so slow? President, I was preparing this. An elite handed him a document. What's this? Guarantee slip. President, this is a rare chance. If you buy this, you'll definitely make money with no risk of losing. If anything happens, the warranty of $12,000 can pay for $1,250,000. Don't you think it's a great deal? Since Qin Zhao didn't reply, an elite continued excitedly. It's not just for you. I prepared one for all our members. Did you buy one too? Qin Zhao asked. Not yet. We have a rule that we can't buy it for ourselves. An elite said. I don't want anyone else to make this money either. You better go buy one fast. Qin Zhao said with clenched teeth. Otherwise, I'll have the urge to slap you to death. An elite shuddered, not daring to look at Qin Zhao. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's eye of shadow vision opened. He saw a woman looking at them in the distance. Expression unchanging, Qin Zhao patted Angelite's shoulder. Let's go. My car. But my car's still in the parking garage. Then go. Oh, there are 2 people watching us right now. I'm sure that they'll follow if you go into the garage. An elite took out his phone. Qin Zhao looked at him. Who are you calling? My colleague. I want him to buy me insurance. Chapter 638 Fight by the Roadside. Chapter 638 Fight by the Roadside. President, we're safe now, right? Qin Zhao glanced at an elite. Safe? Nope, they're still behind us. What do we do? Open the window. An elite opened the window and Qin Zhao poked his head out. Then, he pointed his middle finger at the pursuing car. President, what are you doing? Provoking them. And then? Then they'll keep following us. How do we get them otherwise? Can you beat them? An elite asked. Of course. Are you looking down on me? Then why won't you just alight? There are too many cars and people here. Shouldn't we, the supernatural organization, keep a low profile? What? There has been no such rule. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Zhao cursed. Stop the car. The car stopped by the roadside and Chen Zhao alighted. In the car behind them. Darius, they stopped. What do we do? Crash into them, Darius said. But grandfather said he wants them alive. I've already killed one of them in the hospital. Grandfather scolded me. Shut up and do it. If grandfather scolds you, tell him that I asked you to do it, Darius said, unconcerned. Okay, you'll be responsible, Jack said. Then, Jack stamped on the accelerator, and the car shot toward Chen Zhao and an elite. Standing at the roadside, an elite seemed extremely nervous. President, they're going to crush us, right? Looks like it. What do we do? What do you think? We dodge. Do you want to get hit? Chen Zhao pulled an elite and dodged to the side. Chen Zhao had been standing still, so an elite almost thought Chen Zhao was going to stop the speeding car with his body. Bang! Jack's car smashed into the car that Chen Zhao and an elite had been in. Jack, you idiot! Don't you know how to brake? Darius covered her head. Her face was in close contact with the airbag. Jack, on the other hand, seemed completely fine. Beside the car, Chen Zhao and an elite were both stunned. How stupid are our enemies? Is it a suicide attack? Just then, the car door was kicked open. Darius staggered down from the car. Jack also walked out. He looked totally normal. Chen Zhao glanced at an elite. Which one do you want? An elite gulped. He looked at the sturdy Jack, and then at the weakened Darius. The woman. Darius took one step forward, and one of her hands burst into flames. You're fighting me? Angelite's cheek twitched as he glanced at Chen Zhao. Can I change to the big guy? Jack grabbed the car hood beside him and started to crush it. Very soon, the metallic hood was squeezed into a 20-kilogram iron ball. Then, Jack flung the iron ball at Chen Zhao and an elite. Terrified, an elite squatted on the ground and covered his head. Thud! Chen Zhao caught the iron ball. The force was not bad. But it was only not bad. An elite, what exactly is your power? Speed. I can speed myself up and run twice as fast as a normal person. You should become a runner. That was my plan, but when I was in the youth team, Mr. West discovered me. He promised me a bunch of great things and then I joined the supernatural organization. Chen Zhao glanced at the iron ball and crushed it further. It became even smaller. Jack, he's the same type as you. He's yours, Darius said. Darius took a step forward and roared. Nobody can be stronger than Jack. A metallic luster covered Jack's body. President, don't fight him physically. He's a rare metal magic. Bang! Chen Zhao had already hurled the iron ball at Jack, who crashed into the car behind him. Boom! The car exploded at once. Chen Zhao quickly pressed an elite on the ground. The fire immediately engulfed Darius. What did you say? No, nothing. An elite gulped. Just then, however, a fire pillar shot out from the explosion. Bang! Chen Zhao was knocked back at once. An elite lifted his head and watched as Jack and Darius walked out, uninjured. In particular, the fire was being absorbed by Darius. Fire witch! An elite looked serious. Jack walked forward with large steps. Don't move. Let Jack break your neck. Angelite's legs trembled in fear. He could not even run. One was a metal spiritualist, while the other was a fire witch. Why would he encounter them? Why must he fight them? Just then, he heard a series of coughs from behind. An elite turned his head and saw Chen Zhao stand up, his clothes tattered. Now you've managed to make me angry. Qin Zhao tore his shirt off. Darius looked at Qin Zhao. She was surprised that her attack did not manage to kill him. No, he did not even look hurt. So what if you're angry? Darius raised her hand. Fire hovered on her arm and converged to her palm. Swish! Another fireball flew toward Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao similarly lifted his right arm. When the fireball reached him, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone was puzzled. Just then, a red beam appeared from Qin Zhao's palm. However, the red beam from the mouth of Glutton lost its accuracy. It actually blasted through Qin Zhao's own car. There was firelight again, and the car went up in flames. An elite, in such a scenario, how much will I get from car insurance? Darius looked at Qin Zhao, confused. She actually had no idea what spell it was. Jack, go. Jack walked up with a grin. Come, let Jack break your neck. Qin Zhao lifted his right arm and caught Jack's right fist. Idiot, don't you know that Jack's grasp is 3 tons strong? Darius sneered. Nobody is stronger than him. The two went into a stalemate, but Qin Zhao still looked relaxed. On the other hand, Jack's expression was rather unnatural. Crack! Jack knelt on the ground, his face filled with pain. Qin Zhao did not even look at Jack. He had been staring at Darius. What did you say? Please repeat that. Darius's pupils contracted greatly. She was flabbergasted. Impossible! How can he be stronger than Jack? And it was not just slightly. It was an absolute defeat. Chapter 639 Looks Better After Burning the Mohawk. Chapter 639 Looks Better After Burning the Mohawk. An elite was also shocked. He didn't have many abilities, but this didn't mean that he didn't know about metal magic. It was known as the strongest physical magic in the world. They had such good endurance that they were practically indestructible. They also had superhuman strength that was practicable and impossible for the physical body to support. But now, Jack's metal arm was actually twisted by Qin Zhao. Jack's arm was completely distorted. He was completely crushed by Qin Zhao in terms of strength. Qin Zhao let go of Jack's arm and he fell to the ground in pain. Grandfather, save me! Save me! No one can save you! Qin Zhao grabbed Jack's arm. Crack! Then Qin Zhao tossed Jack to the side like he was a rag. Little witch, your turn. Darius's arms were completely red like burning metal. Her eyes contained shock but also anger and battle intent. If you think you can do it, then come. Qin Zhao sped up toward Darius. She raised both arms and burning flames shot out of her palms. Qin Zhao raised his right arm and the fire disappeared before him. He took however much Darius shot out. When Darius used up all her mana, Qin Zhao grinned. No more? Darius felt unsettled. Qin Zhao was already standing before her. He pried open her chin and covered her mouth with his right hand. Poof! Darius's hair shook and then smoke came out of all openings. She fell to the ground dead. Her skin turned scorched black. Her inside was completely fried. Done! That's a wrap! An elite gaped at Qin Zhao. This was a true magic battle, a fight between the strong. President, why didn't we arrest them for interrogation? Qin Zhao looked at him without answering. Can't you say it faster next time? I already killed them and you tell me to capture them alive. Looking at the burning car, Qin Zhao felt disappointed. He hadn't benefited after becoming president, but he had to keep putting in energy and money. Grandfather, Darius and Jack are dead. What? How? Darius was fried and Jack's neck was snapped. Grandfather was silent for a while. Who did it? They went after an elite of the supernatural organization. That an elite is that strong? According to the files, he only knows speed spells. He can only escape. We were lied to. Damn it, I should have known that the supernatural organization isn't this weak. Grandfather, what should we do now? Don't do anything for now. The supernatural organization must be on alert now, but you, Chloe, and I are the only 3 left in L.A. If we attack brashly, we may fall into their trap. We'll have to wait until your parents bring people over before taking revenge. When will Dad and Mom arrive? In a few days, probably. Qin Zhao and Eng Elite returned to the headquarters. President, you're back. Did you get attacked along the way? West looked at how miserable Qin Zhao was. He even lost his shirt. He also had scorch marks on his body. It looked like he'd experienced a huge battle. Yeah. You two are fine, right? President killed the two attackers, Eng Elite said. President, do you know who they are? When I killed one of them, he yelled for grandfather to save him. Family? Should be them. Qin Zhao nodded. Seems like they already know that we killed that guy, West said. They're taking revenge. I haven't gone for them yet, and they're giving themselves up already. Qin Zhao squinted. How are Morid and Moore? They're badly hurt, West said. I had Belia, Jalanash, Padalu, and Jala go to the hospital together and bring them back here. A while later, the four brought the injured Morid and Moore back. Moore was hit by a car and was still unconscious. Morid had burns. He had heavy injuries, but they weren't fatal. Judging from his injuries, he was probably attacked by Darius. You already see the consequences of doing things independent of the group, Qin Zhao said seriously. If you don't have other business, stay in the headquarters and those random guys won't be able to attack you. I have to praise Belia and Jalanash. Look at them. They stayed in the headquarters and even did some training to not waste time. President, will there be a cash reward? Belia asked shyly. I'm not in charge of finance. West is in complete control. You won't have any if he doesn't want to give you. West stared at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao could give bonuses with one word. Could he not push all responsibility to him? Okay, I have to go back. President, you just said that we can't leave the headquarters alone. Am I like you all? I have a family and a job. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. After a few steps, he came back. Oh, apply this ointment onto Morid. But he suddenly looks better after his mohawk was burned off. President, I can still hear. Rest well. Take care. After getting home, Qin Zhao stripped to take a shower, but Abitos crawled to the bathroom. Ada, my father has information for you. What? He says Foundation Mountain. There are people hiding in Foundation Mountain. Qin Zhao frowned. Did this mean that the family was hiding in Foundation Mountain? After showering, Qin Zhao took out his tablet to search for Foundation Mountain. Oh? It was here. He discovered that Foundation Mountain was the mountain that he'd gone hunting on with Risvar and Del. They also met Fanity's group there. What were they doing there? Qin Zhao didn't like getting close to there. It was too dangerous. If they dared to stay in that place, it meant that they were very strong. At least, they could ensure that they wouldn't get hurt by the crypt demons. Qin Zhao couldn't even be that confident. So he had to be more careful. Take Jack and Darius from today, for example. They were already scarily powerful. But they couldn't be the core members. And that grandfather who hadn't shown up yet, how strong could he be? Abitos, did your dad say anything else? He said, get the Foundation gem. What does that mean? What Foundation gem? Qin Zhao was confused after hearing that. Chapter 640 Firearms. Chapter 640 Firearms. Qin Zhao had an idea. Maybe Sienna would know what the Foundation gem was. Qin Zhao gave her a call. Sienna. Qin, do you know how sinful it is to disturb a lady's sleep? I have a bottle of cream which is definitely better than a single night's sleep. What do you need? Do you know what's the Foundation gem? Foundation gem? Foundation stone? No idea. I heard it from my friend. I can't confirm if I've heard it wrong or if my friend said it wrong. I don't know what the Foundation gem is, but I know the Foundation stone. And what's that? It was part of a cruel method in ancient times. People would draw out the magic sources from 10 spiritualists, and then combine them in a special way, creating a Foundation stone. What does a Foundation stone do? Don't tell me you're trying to make one. I don't even know what it is. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Never have that thought, or we'll be enemies. Don't worry. I'm not planning to make a foundation stone, but I suspect that there might be one somewhere. Foundation stones are useless, Sienna said. At least to you. A foundation stone serves as an extra magic source for the user, but because it's made from 10 different magic sources, the magical power it contains is too impure. Any user will be tortured until they lose their soul. Qin Zhao had an idea. He could not use a foundation stone, but the mouth of Glutton could. The mouth's magical power was separate from his own. Moreover, the mouth of Glutton did not have a soul in the first place. A thought appeared in Qin Zhao's mind. He had to get the foundation stone. After Fei Lai fell asleep, Qin Zhao went to the basement. Nibor, come here. Master. Nibor floated beside Qin Zhao. He was already used to living in the space crevice. Furthermore, he was also the third in command here, being inferior only to Qin Zhao and Blackie. You said there's a place I can get arms, right? Yes, Nibor answered. In America? Yes, my previous supplies were from Americans, Nibor said. How long do I need to get them? Arms dealers are distributed across all the major cities. Once you call them and both parties are confident that the deal is safe, you can probably get the stuff on the same day. If I want to equip 100 mercenaries, how much will it cost? It depends on the equipment, Nibor said. If you're talking about the U.S. Army, one set of equipment costs about $20,000. No need for that. I don't need things like bulletproof vests. In this case, less than $5,000 per unit. So it would cost $500,000 for 100 people. Qin Zhao still felt pain. Should he buy arms or not? How does the deal work? Is it safe? It's hard to guarantee that it's 100% safe. If you're alone, the dealer will very likely kill you for the money. Qin Zhao squinted. Which means I can do the same to them? Nibor suddenly recalled that the person standing before him was a demon. He actually naively thought that Qin Zhao was going to complete the deal properly. He was still too simple. Nibor began to pray for the arms dealers that he knew. He hoped that they would be fine. What's their number? Master, are you going to call them with your own phone? That's super risky. Oh, right. Qin Zhao slapped his head. He indeed should not use his phone. Nevertheless, if he could complete the deal normally, he would not do otherwise. After all, fighting an illegal arms dealer was certainly risky. Qin Zhao was not strong to the point where he could ignore everything. A few machine guns were enough to make him kneel down and be conquered. Qin Zhao was in no way resistant to such piercing attacks. If he was shot bullet by bullet, he could still block them with Qingyi armor. For example, he was shot in the head in the morning. Although he was slightly injured, it was not fatal. However, continuous shooting would actually kill Qin Zhao. Instead, Qin Zhao was more resistant to explosives such as grenades. In addition, the mouth of Glutton could absorb the flames and impact of explosions. After informing Fei Lai, Qin Zhao left the house. He found a telephone booth and called an arms dealer. Hey, I want some arms. Sorry, wrong number. Then, the person hung up at once. Nibor had told Qin Zhao that this was normal. Why would the arms dealer respond to a stranger asking for arms? But the dealer had the usual secret code procedure. Qin Zhao called the person again. I need sandwiches, a large number of fries, and also fried drumsticks. For how many people? Sandwiches for 100 people, a lot of fries, and 1,000 drumsticks. Which restaurant for your sandwiches? Burger King. 2,000 for a sandwich, $1 for 5 fries, and $12 for a drumstick. Qin Zhao licked his lips. Sandwiches were guns, fries were bullets, and drumsticks were grenades. It was much more expensive than the usual price, but it was the black market, after all. If people could get those items from the normal market, illegal arms dealers would lose their job. Nonetheless, the price was significantly lower than Qin Zhao's expectation. Sure. Who's your leader? The Australian kangaroo? The Australian kangaroo was Nibor's nickname in the black market. Illegal arms dealers would only begin the deal after confirming the leader. The Australian kangaroo's dead. I found out about you from him in the past. Sorry, I don't sell to strangers. Forget it. I'll look for Scar. Qin Zhao did not hesitate. However, the other party suddenly changed their attitude and said, The gravel beach 80 kilometers south of LA 3A, M. Only you can come. If you're late, I'll leave. How troublesome. He could not even do a bank transfer. Forget it. Qin Zhao would do it in order to equip his army. Qin Zhao searched the location, after which he called Amon and went there via the sea. He reached the gravel beach at 2:50. But there was no one there, although there were people secretly watching him in the dark. Qin Zhao pretended that he did not know anything. He waited in silence, frequently checking the time. Fuck, are they playing me? Just come out. I'm alone. Why are you scared? Chapter 641 Black on Black. Chapter 641 Black on Black. Boss, he's here. He's here? The people on the road didn't report that they saw a car. I think he came from the sea. He swam to land by himself. See? Do you see a boat? No. Did he bring the money? He has a case. Okay, let's go down. Qin Zhao saw a group finally appear, coming down from the highway. There was a 30-meter-long hill and cliff from the highway to the beach. It was very hard to walk through. There were about a dozen people. The leader was a man in his 40s. You want the weapons? Yes. Qin Zhao nodded. Where's the money? Qin Zhao opened the case and showed it to the group. The leader's underling went forward to take Qin Zhao's case. But Qin Zhao pushed it aside. Where's my stuff? We need to confirm if you brought enough money. Qin Zhao considered it and tossed the case to them. The underling counted the case and nodded. Boss, the money's right. Where's the stuff? The boss raised his gun without warning. Bang! Qin Zhao fell. The boss sneered. Where's this idiot from? I told him to come alone, and he really did come alone with all this money. Boss, what do we do with the body? Toss it into the sea. The two underlings dragged the body and tossed it into the sea. Let's go, the boss called. The group came quickly and left quickly. Boss, we made money big time today. We got $400,000 for nothing. PSH. Each of you gets 2 girls later. My treat, haha. The boss was very happy. Even though they did firearms trading, it still depended on the other person. If they were at the same level, then it was regular trading. If the other was weaker, then there was nothing to say. Who didn't want free money? This wasn't their first time turning on each other. But this time was easier. Drive. The car still wouldn't move. Annoyed, the boss kicked the guy sitting in the driver's seat. Drive. The guy's head lolled to the side and he fell down. Fuck, what's this? Boss, Buckteeth is dead. What? How? How did he die? His neck was broken. No, we got tricked. Clang. Suddenly, everyone in the car heard a muffled sound. They saw that the car behind them had fallen down the cliff. Everyone hurried out and walked with their guns out in high alert. But it was too dark and the highway was in a remote place. They were surrounded by tall weeds. Save me. Something caught me. A guy yelled miserably. Everyone saw him get dragged into the darkness by something. But there was nothing? There was nothing on his body. They just watched as he was pulled into the grass forcefully. Ah! A pained cry came from the grass. Everyone got goosebumps. What was going on? Just then, another guy was dragged into the darkness. It was another invisible hand that had grabbed him. Boss, save me, help! The others hurriedly grabbed him, but they were powerless. Another guy was pulled into the shadows too. Come out! Get out of here! I see you! Come out! The boss was terrified by now. 3 guys stuck to his side, also terrified. A figure appeared in the darkness. Are you calling for me? You. It's you? Didn't you die? Die? Did you just kill my brother? The boss's expression darkened. Of course, it was night, so one couldn't see his expression. What do you want? Where are my weapons? Chen Zhao discovered his new technique, shadow. It was a really awesome technique at night. He couldn't kill someone directly, but he could attack soundlessly. The other wouldn't even know what hit them. In the trunk, in the trunk. Take your money! Take the weapons for free to make up for my mistake. Oh, that's not enough, Chen Zhao said. What else do you want? For you all to die, obviously. No. I'll kill you. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. After their final wild attack, everything fell silent. Chen Zhao opened the trunk. There indeed were weapons. It seemed that Nibor had been right. If the other party was too weak, it was easy for them to get betrayed. These guys did plan on doing the trade. But when they saw that Chen Zhao was alone, they quickly chose to betray him. Rest in peace. Don't come to find me if you have any complaints. I was forced. After collecting the weapons, he also took his money back and took care of the site. He left soundlessly from the sea and went home. He started arming the skeletons. Blackie, lend me your skeleton soldiers tomorrow. Take them. Blackie was generous because half of the things here were given to him by Chen Zhao. So he wouldn't be stingy toward Chen Zhao either. Do you need my help? I'm facing living people, so you won't be able to help, Chen Zhao said straightforwardly. Blackie was undefeated against spirits, but he wasn't very useful toward the living. The next day, Chen Zhao went to the headquarters. He gathered everyone, other than the injured Moor and Morid, and the dead Burr. Chen Zhao had just taken over the supernatural organization, but one had died and 2 were injured. He was in a pretty bad mood. Aduz, are you sure you want to listen about the following mission? Chen Zhao glanced at the security guard. I can't listen? Whatever. Ignoring him, Chen Zhao continued. I already got the information. The members of the family may be hiding in Foundation Mountain. Foundation Mountain? That doesn't seem far away, Aduz chimed in. I'm elite, you're in charge of strategy. Do you have any plans? Surround and attack them, of course. Chen Zhao was surprised. He'd thought that an elite would be slow. He didn't expect the man to be so proactive. Good. You were the right choice. Because of them, I don't even dare to go to work. I lose so many clients every day. Okay, don't get off topic. Chen Zhao cut him off. Talk directly about the strategy. President, how familiar are you with the family? Chapter 642 Family. Chapter 642 Family. Not at all. We don't even know their numbers or abilities. How can we strategize? But I do have some knowledge of Foundation Mountain, Chen Zhao said. It has an ancient relic that contains a lot of weird creatures called crypt demons. Regular guns can't hurt them at all. The weakest ones are like lions and tigers. Some stronger ones are even bigger than an ox. Everyone was speechless. They hadn't even taken care of the family yet, and now this group of monsters had appeared. How could they fight? Jalag Padalu, can you two modify guns? President, we don't have the equipment, so we probably can't. Modifying firearms has a higher requirement for equipment. Chen Zhao was now much stronger than last time. He wasn't as against going to the relic with the crypt demons. And he knew that the crypt demons weren't friendly toward him, but they wouldn't be friendly toward the family either. President, the 2 members of the family that you killed yesterday were definitely Class C or B, the lead said. Also, Moore woke up. From his description, I can infer that one of the family is an illusionist. They also created the illusion for Moore without him realizing. President, I have a solution if it's an illusion, Padilla said. What solution? We can buy an awakening potion from a witch. How much is a bottle? $10,000, Padilla said. Chen Zhao bared his teeth. It was so expensive. Not counting Aduz, they had 7 people. If each had a bottle, it would be $70,000 in expenses. Qin Zhao picked up his phone and called Sienna directly. Sienna, can you make awakening potions? No, but Rupert can. Do you need it? What's the price? Expensive. Give me the price. $10,000, but I'll take $2,000 in commission. Qin Zhao looked at Padalu. He probably wanted to make that money too. Padalu averted his eyes, clearly afraid of getting yelled at. I want 10 bottles. When can I get it? Huh? 10 bottles? Sienna cried out. If one bottle was $2,000, then 10 bottles was $20,000. Tomorrow morning, Qin Zhao said. Sent to my house. Okay, no problem. I'll tell Rupert to be faster. After hanging up, Qin Zhao continued asking, what other places should I be aware of? Jalag, prepare some equipment for everyone these 2 days. Both for attack and defense. Understood. Jalag looked at West. Okay, you need funds. West looked at Qin Zhao. President, I wish you all good luck on your mission. Only Adus and the injured don't have to go. Qin Zhao tapped the table. West, do you want to be injured too? No. I didn't say I won't go. Oh, Burr's death counts as a work injury, Qin Zhao said. Is there any compensation for his family? He doesn't have a family. He's all by himself. Oh. That saves some money. Qin Zhao felt a little uncomfortable when saying that. Send the family to him as companions. Just then, Pamela ducked in. President, I want to join too. Are you sure? Pamela was strong, but she was still a spirit. Other than the failures here, other spiritualists were able to deal with spirits. That's why Qin Zhao preferred to have Pamela stay. Plus, someone had to watch over the headquarters. Qin Zhao wasn't reassured to have Adus here by himself. President, I'm not a typical spirit, Pamela said. I'm very difficult to destroy now. Why? I have an incomplete banshee's body. What's that? Everyone was confused. Qin Zhao was surprised. Oh? You're a banshee? President, you know about the banshee's body? I know a strong banshee. Everyone turned toward Qin Zhao at once. Pamela was even more in disbelief. Impossible. There are no real banshees in the world. Qin Zhao shrugged without explaining. Since you're a banshee, you can take part in the mission. Qin Zhao didn't know how Pamela's abilities were. But he remembered how terrifying Jessica was. He felt that even if Pamela wasn't as strong as Jessica, she should have a portion of her strength. Next, there were some miscellaneous matters to take care of. The mission was planned to be in 2 days. After all, they still needed to prepare. Jalad couldn't produce the equipment today either. A team entered Foundation Mountain. Grandfather, Mom and Dad have come, Chloe cried out happily. And Akiro, Ruby, Axon and Fendilan. An elder walked out of a tent and looked at the 7 people coming from the distance. The storm on his face finally disappeared after days. Hopkins, Tarila, you're finally here. Grandfather opened his arms and embraced the man and woman. Grandfather, what happened? Hopkins asked. You messaged us that Brighton, Darius, and Jack died? Yes, Grandfather said. They died in the hands of the supernatural organization. How dare they hurt my kids? Tarila said with a hawkish expression. I'll tie them to the guillotine. Grandfather, what kind of strong figure does the organization have to kill them? Hopkins asked in confusion. I thought like you too, but when Jack and Darius went to kill one of them, an elite, both of them were killed. They died under their proudest skills too. Jack's arm was broken and his spine crushed. Darius was roasted from the inside while her outside was unharmed. Hopkins and Tarila both frowned. Hopkins turned toward Tarila. Do you know what spell this is? No, but it must not be weak. It doesn't matter what magic it is, Akiro yelled. We have so many people. Why are we scared? Whoever hurts my siblings, I won't forgive them. Indeed, Grandfather said. But before that, we must get the foundation stone first. Something flashed past the eyes of Hopkins and Tarila. How's the investigation? There are many crypt demons. It's not looking good. Chapter 643 Akiro. Chapter 643 Akiro. Grandfather, can you use your abilities to let us in? Yes, but we were close once. When we approached the inner zone, I felt something. Something very frightening. What thing? I don't know. It sensed us, so we retreated and waited for you all. Then we'll take the foundation stone first, Hopkins said. And then we'll avenge Brighton, Darius, and Jack. Jack is such a cute kid, but they could bear to kill him. Tarila huffed. Hey, where's Akiro? Where did Akiro go? Grandfather suddenly realized that Akiro was gone. Oh no. He wouldn't have gone to find the supernatural organization, right? Damn it. He was best friends with Jack. Hurry and chase him back. Don't let anything happen to him. It's too late. What can we do now? Get the foundation stone first, Hopkins said calmly. Anyway, Akiro might be strong enough to defeat the supernatural organization. At least, he'll be able to survive. But Akiro is a bit dumb, just like Jack. There's no helping that, Hopkins said. It's the side effect for distortion magic. Tarila's eyes flashed, but she didn't refute him. If they dare to hurt Akiro, I won't forgive them, Grandfather said through clenched teeth. But he also didn't object to getting the foundation stone first. Akiro arrived outside the supernatural organization and hid in the woods. He looked at the headquarters from afar. He took out a knife with strange patterns drawn on it and slashed his palm. Blood spilled out instantly. Wanderer from the world of darkness, I use the blood of the living as my most fervent offering. Please bestow upon me indestructible power. Blood dripped onto the ground and gray threads started rising up. They dug into Akiro's body. He felt power replenishing his body. Akiro's body felt extremely refreshed. This power sent him to Cloud 9. This power is so memorable. Akiro's fingers cracked. Suddenly, an evil spirit that was floating around discovered Akiro. Who are you? Akiro pounced on the evil spirit. The evil spirit didn't have time to dodge and was thrown to the ground. Akiro bit the evil spirit. Amidst pained cries, the evil spirit was torn to pieces. Then Akiro strode toward the headquarters. Halt! Who are you? Seeing Akiro walking over, Aduz immediately stopped him. Akiro opened his mouth. Its width far surpassed human limits, and his mouth was filled with fangs. Aduz was terrified and ran for his life, almost on all fours. Help, monster! Help! By now the people in the headquarters heard Aduz and ran out. When they saw Akiro, they were all shocked. What is that? Is it distortion? Everyone's expressions grew serious. If it was distortion, then they would be in trouble. Distortion magic was gaining extreme power from a certain sacrifice. The more you did it, the greater the power you receive. However, it was called distortion because it distorted the user's soul and body. The more you used it, the closer your soul got to a monster. In the end, you would be distorted into a true monster. Many of the magical creatures hidden around the world were evolved from humans. Right now, other than his limbs and body, it was impossible to tell that Akiro was human from his facial features. Who is an elite? Akiro rasped out, opening his mouth. Everyone looked toward an elite, and he was almost pissing his pants. Could they not do that? You killed Jack? Jack? Who? An elite was utterly confused. Who's Jack? You got the wrong guy. You forgot him so quickly? He's my brother. The one who used metal magic. His arm was broken and his neck was snapped. Do you remember now? I didn't kill him. The president killed him. An elite cried hurriedly. Kid, our president is really powerful. You better escape before he gets back. Yeah. Right. West chimed in. If our president gets back, you're dead. But really, they were just putting up an act. They didn't know if Qin Zhao could take care of this monster. But they didn't know that all of them put together couldn't do it. Yeah, Our president is undefeatable. Aduz called out too. Everyone was gulping inside. Akira looked too scary. Then call him over. I'll rip him apart before all of you. You better not regret it. Hurry up! Akira growled. A bloody wind swept up before them all. Even the proud Jalanash didn't dare to move. Akira was terrifying. He emanated an unsettling aura. Hello, P. President, West said to his phone with trembling hands. Hi, I'm too busy to answer the phone now, but you can leave a message. I'll call you back later. Everyone's expression stiffened. He wasn't here at this time? Was this on purpose? Everyone looked at Akira fearfully. They felt like he would rip them apart the next second. Since he can't come, then I'll go look for him, Akira said. Mr. West, can you please bring this, sir, to find the president? An elite asked. West clenched his teeth hatefully and stared at Akira. You bring me to him. Everyone else, wait to meet your president in hell. Wait, an elite cried out. I suddenly feel like I should watch you fight with our president. I'm sure it'll be a spectacular fight. I think so too. Sir? Shouldn't you defeat our president before all of us? That's right. You'll see your president kneel before us and beg me, haha. Akira started laughing maniacally. Everyone's expression was uncomfortable. Akira's aura was getting stronger. They all had goosebumps and hoped that their president wouldn't disappoint. Otherwise, the supernatural organization really would be disbanded. Chapter 644 Coming from Afar to Feed. Chapter 644 Coming from Afar to Feed. Everyone sat in the organization's bus. Mr. West, did that monster get bigger than before? An elite whispered. That's how distortion is like. The longer it lasts, the stronger it becomes. Then do you think the president can beat him? West looked at Akira with hesitation and a headache. Mr. West, you don't have confidence in the president? Monsters transformed by distortion are hard to kill, West said with a hushed voice. Why? Before they complete the final transformation, power from an unknown dimension will keep pouring into his body, West said. He'll have practically unlimited power. Then isn't he undefeatable? Haha. Yes, I'm undefeatable now. You can't kill me. Akira heard their hushed conversation. But he didn't care. It was more interesting to have them be surrounded by fear. The car stopped before Qinzhao's house. Everyone was shocked at seeing it. Of them all, only West had come here before. Everyone else's eyes filled with envy after seeing Qinzhao's luxurious house. Get out of the car and get your president over here. President! President! Everyone was forced to call out in unison. President, please come out. If you don't, we'll all die. Just then, the automatic door opened. Everyone was relieved, thinking that Qinzhao had come. But it was actually Abitos. Everyone took a step back in fright. Abitos had seen West before, so he didn't react strongly. But the moment he saw Akira, Abitos grew excited. He charged straight at Akira. Fuck, what is this? Get away from me. Akira tried to kick Abitos away. The next moment, Abitos sprang up and tackled Akira. Get it away! Everyone was stunned. They watched as Abitos opened his mouth to bite down on Akira. And Akira seemed unable to do anything about it. Abitos clamped down and tore off a chunk of bloody flesh. Help! Akira cried out. Help? Aren't you asking the wrong people? If you don't get it away, I'll kill you all, Abitos bit off another chunk. Akira used all his might to push Abitos aside. Just then, he was blocked by two black and white wolves. Oh! West and the others all jumped aside. Mr. West. What's going on? What is that giant lizard and wolves? The president's pets. His pets are so mean? Akira angrily broke free from the silly twins. He stumbled as his body began recovering. Distortion meant that it was very hard for him to be killed. As long as he wasn't immediately killed, he could keep recovering. Distortion could also strengthen him. But before he could take 2 steps, Princess had her teeth around his arm. His arm was tugged right off. Everyone was frightened. Even West hadn't seen Princess before. So, when they saw her, they all shuddered in fear. Princess was honestly too big enough to be terrifying. She really liked Akiro. No. More accurately, she liked his taste. He was delicious. Akiro gave up on his arm and finally broke free from Princess. He looked side to side. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins were all staring dangerously at him. He felt like he'd run into hell. Run! He must run! This place was too scary. He had to get out of here. Only one place didn't have these hellish creatures right now. The lake. Escaping through the lake should be safe. He turned and dove into the water as quickly as possible. He ran away. What a pity! If the president was here, he wouldn't have escaped. Who knew that his pets are all so scary? Seems like we've underestimated the president. Suddenly, Akiro, who'd swam a few dozen meters, started swimming back. What's going on? He's back. Fuck, does he want to kill us? Everyone hid behind the group of pets. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins looked at Akiro with gleaming eyes. Help! What did he just yell? I think he's yelling for help. Did you hear wrong? What's that behind him? Water. There's a big guy in the water chasing the distorted monster. Akiro finally climbed onto land, but just then, a mon burst out of the water. Its huge body landed on the ground and clamped down on Akiro's legs. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their expressions froze too as they gaped at Amon. A whale? Really? Is that seriously a whale? Is this a saltwater lake? Isn't this whale too big? Biting on Akiro's legs, Amon was about to drag him back into the water. But Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins wouldn't let this happen. They ran over and all bit down on one of Akiro's body parts. Were they fighting for food? Everyone watched this strange scene. The terrifying distorted monster in their eyes was just food for Qinzhao's pets. It sent chills up their spine. What did Qinzhao usually feed them? Of course, Akiro was the one with the biggest mental breakdown. He didn't understand how this happened. He had unparalleled strength, so why couldn't he beat a few pets? Amon finally applied force and bit off half of Akiro's body. Then he wriggled with difficulty and returned to the water. As for Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins, they were still clamoring for Akiro's upper half. Then they met eyes as if discussing something. And they let go of Akiro at the same time. Weren't they all fighting for the monster? Why did they let go? Do they know about distorted monsters? Are they waiting for him to regrow? They couldn't help but shudder again. There was no way that the pets knew this by themselves. The president must have taught them. This meant that it wasn't the first that the president and his pets encountered a distorted monster. They must have had a great experience to learn about the monster's characteristics. It also helped develop their taste and habit of preying on the monsters. Chapter 645. Actually, he's our captive. Chapter 645. Actually, he's our captive. Taking advantage of that, Akiro opened his arms wide and started crawling on the ground. Just then, a car came over, tires screeching. Hey, why are you all at my house? Qinzhao came out and looked at West and the others in shock. Aduz, aren't you supposed to be watching The Office? Everyone stared at Qinzhao. What's wrong? It dawned on Qinzhao. Are you all looking at my car? Okay, I just bought it. He discovered that they weren't looking at him. Instead, they were looking at his new car. It was only $30,000. They didn't have to look at it like this, right? Were Americans this ignorant? Qinzhao followed their gaze and saw the body crushed under the wheels. Fuck! Right then, Princess rushed over and dragged the body out. But as soon as the body was dragged out, it started pouncing toward Qinzhao. Qinzhao's right arm started feeling things. Hunger. Yes, it was hunger. The mouth of Gluttony opened wide and clamped down on Akiro's shoulder. With a crack, his shoulder was broken. Did it taste good? But everyone was watching, so he had to control his appetite. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao with terror. This president was so scary. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins circled Akiro. He regrew an arm and they split it up. What a frightening family. They even knew to take advantage of sustainable development. Why did you come? Didn't you say you would send the president to his knees? You sure you aren't here to feed them? Suddenly, they felt pity for Akiro. It would be fine if he was defeated by the president. But getting tortured by his pets. What was this? Did you all send this thing to me? Qin Zhao asked. Yes. Everyone lowered their heads. It wasn't like they could say that they were held hostage by him. That was too embarrassing, so they couldn't admit it. President, West said. He's from the family and came to cause trouble at the office. We captured him, so we brought him over, but your pets. Huh? Why didn't you say so? Qin Zhao immediately went over to shoo the pets away. Then he picked up Akiro's broken body. Hey, are you dead? I think he's dead. Whatever, eat him up. Qin Zhao tossed him onto the ground. Akiro quickly opened his eyes. No. I'm not dead. Seeing how strong Akiro's voice was, it didn't sound like he was injured at all. Just how strong was his life? He still didn't get killed? But since Qin Zhao was here, all of the members were fearless. President, I first discovered him before he attacked the office, Adu said righteously. And I stopped him fearlessly, giving West and the others more time. President, I fought with him too. Me too, Belia said seriously. All credit goes to my war dance. Me too. It's all because of my defensive fear that they could defeat him without getting injured. Only Jalanash turned her head. She was honestly embarrassed to be in a team with these shameless motherfuckers. You all! Akira was furious. But everyone went over to kick and beat him up. They didn't give Akira a chance to speak. You're just dog food to our president. Shut up. Okay, I have questions for him, Qin Zhao said. President, how about you just kill him? He's probably cursed with the talking spirit like the other guy. You won't get any answers. No, I'm not cursed. I'll tell you everything I know. Please let me go. Okay, tell us everything you know. Tell us all the spells that the members of the family use. Grandfather uses invisibility, Akiro said. He can make everyone invisible. Invisibility is a lost magic. I didn't think anyone in the world could still use it. That's troublesome. West's expression was solemn. Everyone else was solemn too. How could they fight if they couldn't even see the enemy? What else? Qin Zhao continued asking. Dad is a beast whisperer. He can control all the animals in the nearby mountains. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao. If he brought his pets, it would be problematic. If they were controlled by the enemy, they would become a great threat. President. No need. I wouldn't bring my pets to a dangerous place either. Qin Zhao wouldn't bring his demon subordinates who had their true forms in the living world. However, he could still bring the projections to the battle. Mom is a death speaker. That's easy, West said. Hand him to me. The average death speaker could control a few evil spirits, but it was manageable. Mom can control the spirits of 10 ancient witches. Each witch can do a lot of spells. Can't you say it all at once? I'm gonna kill you! West glared at Akiro. Then, can you take the mom? President, I think we should plan from a long-term angle. Qin Zhao looked at Akiro. Continue. What about the others? Chloe knows I hallucination. If you meet her eyes, you'll fall into her hallucination. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao again. At his first meeting, he had everyone look at his eyes and fell into his hallucination. Wooly is a boxing and assassination master. He knows judo, taekwondo, karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. President, I'm not good with physical fighting. Me either. Me either. Everyone knew that Qin Zhao was great at close fighting. Without a doubt, he'd have to take care of this one too. Ruby is an ice witch. Denver is a curse master. Axon is a ground crawler. Fendion can change their features. Everyone was speechless after hearing Akiro. All the members of the family were difficult to manage. Qin Zhao looked at everyone. I don't have high standards. Just choose one that you think you can take care of. If you can't even take care of one, then I'll be too disappointed. Everyone stared at each other and mumbled about for a long while. Finally, they made a decision. You chose one? Yes, President. We decided. Which one? We'll choose the ground crawler. We already thought of a way to defeat him. Chapter 646 Entering the Relic. Chapter 646 Entering the Relic. President, I think we should do some realistic training. How about you fight us? West looked at Qin Zhao seriously. This was probably his most serious offer. I can't control my strength, so how about no? Qin Zhao said. I'll find something to be your training partner. Find something? Everyone was confused. Go outside. Everyone went to the beach beside the front yard. Qin Zhao came a while later. Everyone ready? Everyone was nervous, but they nodded in unison. Ready. Okay, I'll call it out. Whoosh. Something fell from the sky. The group was taken aback. They looked carefully at the thing that had fallen. A stone statue? It was a bit larger than an adult, and made completely out of purple-black stone. It looked like some creature. Its entire body was covered by something like bat wings, and its appearance wasn't clear. Qin Zhao snapped his fingers and the gargoyle awoke. Everyone's first reaction was to run and scream for help. Did they want to fight with the family with that level? A mere gargoyle could mess up their entire formation. The only one who remained composed was Jalanash, but her elemental spell couldn't harm the gargoyle. She was still too weak. The power of her wind blades was like tossing out a knife. Her fireballs were probably as strong as a firecracker. Perhaps she could hurt a human, but it was negligible toward a gargoyle. It was only slightly harmful against spirits too. Qin Zhao was speechless. What was this? Belia, support me with your war dance! Jalanash yelled. You all, help give me and Belia more time. I'll do something big. She realized that the gargoyle wasn't very smart. The others knew that they couldn't keep going like this. Mainly, Qin Zhao's expression was looking worse and worse. They'd suggested doing a realistic practice. But they were performing so badly. They really were testing Qin Zhao's patience. They had to work together. Belia started stripping. Jalanash felt for the dance's effect. Qin Zhao scratched his nose. Thankfully, Feilai wasn't here. To be honest, if you ignored the war dance's effect, Belia's dance was also very seductive. If Feilai saw that he had a stripper dance at home, he didn't know how she would feel. Jalanash accumulated power for a minute and finally released the bomb. Move away! Boom! The bomb exploded on the gargoyle. Its lower body shattered instantly. It fell onto the ground, turning back into a stone statue. Success? Haha! We did it! But their smiles didn't last long before they saw that the gargoyle was recovering. Their faces fell as if their parents had died. Thankfully, the gargoyle didn't continue to attack. It was daytime, so the gargoyle wasn't very lively. Night was the gargoyle's stage. At night, their liveliness and recovery speed would improve greatly. Qin Zhao looked at all of them. Their performance still didn't pass, but there was no need to continue training now. After all, they would set off soon. Continuing would use up their strength and mana. Okay, go take a break. We'll leave after lunch. President, can we bring that thing too? This way, we'll be much stronger. I need someone to guard my house too, Qin Zhao said matter-of-factly. The group couldn't say anything. It wasn't like they could say, no, our fight is more important. Okay, let's go. Adus, drive yourself back to the office after you drive us to the place. After arriving at Foundation Mountain, the group organized their equipment and then entered the forest officially. After half an hour, they found a camp. This must be the family's camp from earlier. But where are they? They might have gone into the ancient relic, Qin Zhao said. Forgot to ask that Akira why they came. It's not far from the ancient relic, Qin Zhao said. Let's go there too. President, are the crypt demons really that scary? They all had unnatural expressions, looking at Qin Zhao nervously. Qin Zhao glanced at them. Yes, very scary. There was once an expedition team that had firearm equipment, but they suffered serious casualties. President, should we change our plan? Do you want to join Morid and more? Pretend I didn't say anything. Under Qin Zhao's lead, the group arrived at the mouth of the cave. Qin Zhao was very familiar with this place now. Don't worry. There aren't any crypt demons here. President, can we light a fire? Jalanash asked. It's too dark here. Humans were innately afraid of the dark. Darkness meant the unknown and danger. It was passed down from prehistoric times. After Qin Zhao nodded, Jalanash snapped her fingers. A ball of fire appeared in her palm. Then it split into three and flew before the group. In the darkness, a shadow had appeared near the group. Wooly hid in the darkness. Even when the three fireballs flew past him, they still couldn't illuminate him. Grandfather had cast invisibility on him, so he was now invisible. Grandfather, the supernatural organization has arrived, Wooly whispered into his walkie-talkie. They actually found this place? The grandfather was surprised. Not only that, but their president is also still alive. I see him in the group. Stop them. Don't let them approach the pyramid. Their arrival will alert the crypt demons. Wooly took out a dagger and snuck toward Qin Zhao. He was invisible now, and even his smell was covered. He wouldn't be discovered even if he stood right in front of the supernatural organization. Not even the crypt demons could discover him, let alone them. But it was still dangerous to approach crypt demons, not because they were blind, but they had sharp noses. They could sense heat too. That's why the family all had a cold treatment. They carried an ice cube to lower their body temperature. Wooly raised his dagger, preparing to slit Qin Zhao's throat. Oh, I have something to say. Chapter 647 Abandoned. Chapter 647 Abandoned. President, what do you want to say? Qin Zhao grabbed in the darkness without warning. No one knew what he was doing. Wooly, who was invisible, was stunned. This guy could see him? He could sense him? Why don't you learn Chinese Kung Fu? Thud. Qin Zhao punched the air. You look down on Chinese Kung Fu? Thud. Everyone was confused. Thud. Are you racist? Wooly was about to cry. This was against the rules. Oh, right. You shot me in the forehead a few days ago too, Qin Zhao said. Now I won't make it hard for you. I'll punch you once and we'll be even. You already hit me so many times. Wooly wanted to cry. Qin Zhao suddenly let go of Wooly and swung his right arm. Poof! Everyone saw blood spray out of the darkness, and then a headless corpse fell onto the ground. Everyone exchanged glances. Finally, they realized that someone had been invisible around them. They felt the aftershock. They didn't know how Qin Zhao had discovered him. But if Qin Zhao wasn't here, they probably would have all died. They probably wouldn't know what had happened up to their deaths. Qin Zhao picked up Wooly's walkie-talkie and asked, How do you use this? President, you just press this. You don't have to change channels. Qin Zhao pressed the speaking button. Hi, I'm the president of the supernatural organization. You're surrounded now. Put down your weapons, undo your spells, and wait for us to arrest you all. Otherwise, I'll raid your nest under the charges of disrupting law and order, personal injury, and intentional murder. Everyone in the family had uncomfortable expressions. Grandfather, Wooly is dead. Hopkins, Tarila, and the grandfather were all livid. Seems like we've underestimated them. By now, the family had reached the outside of the pyramid. What do we do now? The ancient pyramid was right before them. The foundation stone was right inside. The clingy supernatural organization was right behind them. Actually, the family was indeed established with familiar relationships, such as grandfather, father, and mother, but they were still a group of outsiders. To them, their own interests were the most important. If it wasn't necessary or worked out easily, they weren't willing to abandon their own benefits to take revenge for the others. But the supernatural organization clearly wasn't planning on forgiving them. They took the initiative to come looking for them and had breached the relic too. Lure out the crypt demons, the grandfather said. Have them take care of the supernatural organization. I don't believe they're able to defeat the demons too. Everyone's eyes flashed. This was indeed a good plan. Axon, you go, the grandfather said. You're a ground crawler. As long as you go underground, the crypt demons won't be able to do anything to you. Even though Axon was a ground crawler, he couldn't stay underground forever. Just like with swimming, he had to come out to breathe too. Moving between different terrains and soils used up different amounts of mana too. The pyramid was made completely out of stone. Even though he could move underground, it used up a lot of mana. Axon's invisibility effect was undone. Instantly, he sensed a bloody aura. Something discovered him. Axon didn't dare to hesitate further and quickly dug underground. He went inside the pyramid and after wriggling underground for a moment, he came out. He saw a few huge crypt demons in the distance. They discovered him too and immediately pounced toward him. He hurriedly ducked back underground and continued moving. He was acting as the bait now. Soon, a large group of crypt demons was behind him. Axon wanted to lure some crypt demons on the upper level. Suddenly, he felt a blood-chilling aura coming from the entrance of the stairs to the upper level. That thing was so terrifying. Was it the frightening thing that the grandfather mentioned? Axon could only leave the stairs and continue luring on this level. Soon, there were a dozen demons behind him. Axon came above ground every now and then to ensure that the crypt demons would continue chasing after him. When he reached the exit, he felt that he'd used up too much mana and couldn't hold out any longer. Grandfather, hurry! Make me invisible! Axon sped up to the exit of the pyramid. The grandfather looked at the crypt demons behind Axon. He still didn't appear. Because if he was to cast invisibility on Axon, he'd have to become visible too. The instant he did so, he would get ripped to shreds by the crypt demons. With his old body, he didn't think he could survive around with the demons. Axon, don't blame me. Just take it as your sacrifice for our family. You old thing. You asshole. Motherfucker. I don't want to die. Make me invisible. Axon panicked. He could feel that he was at his limit. It would only be 1 minute, or not even. Now, Axon had two choices. He could come above ground and get ripped apart by the crypt demons. Or he could stay underground and be trapped forever. In the end, he chose to come out. At first, he'd decided to be buried underground forever. But in reality, this was very difficult, because everyone had the desire to survive. It was just like how someone in shallow water would automatically float to the top when they were about to suffocate. But the moment that Axon appeared, the crypt demons surrounded him. Wait, help, ah! Axon's lower body was still underground, but his body above ground was already torn apart. Everyone in the family was chilled at Axon's death. The grandfather acted like a benevolent elder usually. But he was so decisive about abandoning his allies. He didn't hesitate at all. Axon's death was very tragic. His body was completely torn apart. Finally, his head was chopped off too. After taking care of Axon's body, the crypt demons paced outside the pyramid instead of returning immediately. Cause some commotion, the grandfather said. Don't let them return immediately. As long as they didn't have to become visible, the family didn't mind helping. Any random sound could make the crypt demons sensitive. Chapter 648 Look at them, then look at you. Chapter 648 Look at them, then look at you. Do you guys think that we're like the antagonists? The family sounds like a loving family. We killed their relative in a clash and their feelings for their family caused them to become our enemy. President, can we be more serious? We're the good guys. Okay, the serious stuff. Qin Zhao had wanted to liven up the mood, because they all looked depressed. Each person was nervous and sweating with stiff limbs. With that state, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. There doesn't seem to be anything here. There haven't been any crypt demons. President, do they really exist? So big. They could see the silhouette of the huge pyramid in the darkness. Do you want to see crypt demons? You'll get your wish granted soon. Because there were many crypt demons on the empty space before the pyramid. And they'd seen Qin Zhao's group. They're here. The grandfather and the others saw light outside the entrance. Strange. Why aren't the crypt demons attacking them immediately? The path along the side is narrow and the demons are so big. They can fall down easily. They're definitely waiting for the supernatural organization to come down before attacking. The group walked down along the craggy path and finally reached flat land. President, where are the crypt demons? Jalanash, raise your fireball and you'll see them. She raised the fireball and illuminated more land. Right then, everyone finally saw the crypt demons that were gathered in groups. Don't scream. Qin Zhao reminded. They're very sensitive to noise and smell. Everyone's legs trembled. Were these the crypt demons? They were scarier than they'd imagined. It was even more terrifying. The grandfather's group also looked at the demons and Qin Zhao's group with confusion. Why aren't the demons attacking them? Hurry and attack, you idiots. Actually, the crypt demons were hesitant too. They stood together in clusters. Some took a tentative step forward before shrinking back immediately. Hi friends, I'm back. Qin Zhao announced loudly. Did you miss me? Grandfather's group was speechless. What was with the crypt demons? They'd been so bloody and horrible when killing Axon earlier. But why were they so scared when facing Qin Zhao's group? Watching the crypt demons, a sword suddenly appeared in Qin Zhao's hands. The demons instantly were terrified and shrunk back as a group. What was with this person? Why did he scare the demons so much? What had he done to them? Qin Zhao was a beast whisperer and could communicate with wild beasts. But he wasn't sure if he could communicate with these crypt demons. They were wild beasts, but they also had a clear hierarchy like humans. Someone come out. Let's talk. Then a frail crypt demon came out. Rather than frail, one should say that it was old. Everyone could see clearly that this crypt demon was an elder. It approached Qin Zhao timidly. You need leave. Qin Zhao felt the crypt demon's attitude. We can't go now. We're here to capture our enemy. How about we work together and take them out? Qin Zhao pointed at the family who were invisible on the side. The expressions of grandfather and the others changed drastically. How did that guy know that they were there? And he could communicate with the crypt demons? Qin Zhao glanced over. You're still hiding? It's meaningless now. You know you can't hide forever, so why cover yourself up? Qin Zhao waved his hand. Behind him, West and the others took their guns out. Water guns! Squirt! Instantly, grandfather and the others were dyed with paint. See, this is much easier. I also added a fragrance to them, so you can see them more easily. Go! Hopkins yelled, leading them back into the pyramid. Ruby opened her arms, creating an ice wall at the entrance. The family was very fast and quickly reacted. Look at them. All of you, look at them. They're true professionals. Now look at yourself. Qin Zhao had a disappointed expression. President, it's not the time to scold us. The crypt demons didn't continue to attack Qin Zhao's group. Instead, they worked on scratching the ice wall. They wanted to break through, but ramming with their heads or scratching with their claws wasn't very effective. Move aside, you failures! Qin Zhao walked over and smashed his fist down with full force. Cracks appeared throughout the entire wall, but he was surprised. His fist was more than 10 tons, but the wall didn't shatter. He opened the Eye of Power and punched again. Boom! The ice wall shattered instantly. The crypt demons swarmed in. But when they reached the stairs, they all started rolling down. Do not pass! Denver blocked the path. The crypt demons that had rolled down all started convulsing. Colorful flowers bloomed under their skin. When they stood up again, they'd lost their instincts and were controlled by Denver. Look at them and then look at you. President, please don't do this to us before outsiders. West and the others lowered their heads. Qin Zhao went over and sliced up 2 possessed demons with one strike. Seeing that he'd come, an eerie smile appeared on Denver's face. You want to die? With that, Denver poured powder at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao raised his arm. The mouth of gluttony swallowed all the powder. Tastes not bad. Do you have more? Denver's expression froze. He turned and ran. Run faster, faster. The supernatural organization were all speechless. We're here for a serious battle. Can't you take it seriously? Without needing Qin Zhao to pursue, the crypt demons had already charged forward and ripped Denver up. The demons were crazed now. They ran forward wildly, no longer caring about Qin Zhao's group. It was probably also because they couldn't defeat him. They followed the winding stairs up and reached the upper level. Qin Zhao's group followed before, running to the exit of the stairs. There was a huge platform with empty windows on all 4 sides. A huge ox lay in the center. Well, it was probably an ox. At least, it had some ox characteristics. It was like a man with an ox head. But its size was huge. It was at least 6 meters tall. Beside it, there was a stone platform with a black stone on it. The Godfather, Hopkins, and Tarila surrounded it, not daring to get close. Chapter 649 Come, let's all take one step back. Chapter 649 Come, let's all take one step back. The ox monster held a huge axe, and its eyes shone with red light. Everything neck down was hairy. He was burly and veins bulged under the skin. Red vapor spewed out of his nostrils and he let out a low growl. I've controlled it, Hopkins called out. I'll go get the foundation stone, Tarila said. You have to stay and protect me. Hopkins clearly didn't want Tarila to touch the foundation stone first. The crypt demon screamed at the ox man. He replied with a thunderous growl. The crypt demons charged into the center, but the ox man lifted a fist and sent a demon flying out. As if going crazy, the crypt demons all charged over. But they were powerless against the ox man. He was too strong. Even though the crypt demons had an advantage in numbers, they still weren't his match. This is a minotaur, right? West and the others had very uncomfortable expressions. A legendary monster was right before their eyes. How could they keep calm? Aren't minotaurs from Greek mythology? Qin Zhao asked. How can it be here? The history here should be more ancient than the ancient Greeks, right? It's not the time to discuss this, President. What should we do? Qin Zhao looked toward the center. The ox man was waving his axe there. Even though this stopped the crypt demons from approaching, it also stopped the grandfather and Tarila from getting close. All the crypt demons were gathering at the top. They attacked the ox man crazily, but the man was too destructive for them. When he swept his axe across, 3 or 4 crypt demons would be dismembered. Right then, the old crypt demon looked at Qin Zhao. Help me. Qin Zhao hesitated. Should he help? Give you? That. The old demon pointed at the foundation stone in the center. Qin Zhao frowned. Weren't they attacking the ox monster at all costs just to protect the foundation stone? Why would they give it to him? No, it wasn't logical. Why? Qin Zhao asked. The old crypt demon looked at the center again. Qin Zhao couldn't actually communicate smoothly with it. Crypt demons were a creature between humans and wild beasts. It was still hard for Qin Zhao to communicate with the beast whisperer language. Belia, give me the bracelet, Qin Zhao said. Support me with your dance. Belia gave him a bracelet and then started dancing. Qin Zhao pulled out the bronze sword and stepped toward the ox monster. Right then, The ox monster raised his huge axe again and hacked down at Chen Zhao. Mouth of gluttony. Eye of power. Purple Chi covered the bronze sword instantly. The sword clashed with the axe. Chen Zhao felt an unprecedented force and stumbled 2 steps back. The ox man also took a step back. Everyone gaped at Chen Zhao. Even though he lost, that strike was still shocking. He was facing a monster that was 10 times bigger than him. A legendary monster. The grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila also looked on in disbelief. Was this guy really human? He was a monster too. Chen Zhao felt his blood roiling. Again! I'll go get the foundation stone, Tarila said while sprinting toward the center. Hopkins wanted to stop her, but he couldn't be distracted right now. He had to control the ox monster. The crypt demon saw Tarila approach the center and instantly pounced toward her. Glancing at them, Tarila released the spirits of 10 ancient witches to help block them. Chen Zhao saw Tarila in the corner of his vision. The black shadow under his feet suddenly moved. It stretched to the stone platform and grabbed the foundation stone. But the instant the shadow grabbed the stone actually sank into the shadow. This wasn't what Chen Zhao had planned. He'd wanted to give it to the mouth of gluttony. But the black shadow took it instead. That instant, the shadow expanded suddenly, becoming more than 10 times larger than before. The shadow under the ox monster's feet was also covered. His feet started sinking into the shadow. It was like he was in quicksand. The ox monster tried to break free from the black quicksand. He lifted a foot, but he lost balance, and his body was dragged into darkness quickly. At the same time, the shadow extended hands that kept tugging at the ox monster's limbs. Seeing that Chen Zhao actually snatched the foundation stone away, Tarila immediately moved the witch spirits toward him. Pamela attacked, but she was only able to fight with 1 spirit. 9 witch spirits continued to charge at Chen Zhao. Just then, a black shadow whooshed past. The 9 evil spirits were squeezed together into a ball without warning. Everyone's expressions froze. They gaped at Chen Zhao. They didn't know just how strong Chen Zhao was or how many other hidden cards he had. He fought with the ox monster by himself, while also taking care of 9 ancient witch spirits. He was practically undefeatable. Chen Zhao's black shadow couldn't completely swallow up the ox man, but it could control his lower body to immobilize him. The black shadow seemed to have a limit. It couldn't swallow everything on land. Chen Zhao didn't want to drag it out either, because his mana was used up crazily with every second that the shadow lasted. He moved behind the ox man. Everyone could guess Chen Zhao's intention. The ox man wanted to turn around too, but it was trapped. Chen Zhao swung his sword with all his might. The entire world was silent. The ox man's head rolled off of his shoulders and stopped moving. Next, the black shadow spat out the ox man's body. Chen Zhao was exhausted, but he looked at the grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila. Okay, let's continue. The 3 had grave expressions. Chen Zhao's strength impressed them but also terrified them. They'd thought that the ox monster was undefeatable, but he died in Chen Zhao's hands. President, we don't have a great rivalry. How about we each take a step back? Sure. Chen Zhao took a step back. Not enough? I'll give you 2 more steps for free. You sure that you'll win? Hopkins clenched his teeth while staring at Chen Zhao. Yeah, that's what I think. Unhappy? Chen Zhao pulled the bronze sword out again. Come, I'll only use 1 hand. Suddenly, an ice bridge appeared behind the grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila. It extended from the tip of the pyramid all the way down. The 3 jumped onto the bridge and slid down. Ruby was waiting for them at the bottom. President, stop them! Chapter 650 There's a Traitor Amongst Us. Chapter 650 There's a Traitor Amongst Us. Hopkins turned to look at Chen Zhao at the top of the pyramid. Asian, remember this. I will return and erase all the humiliation from today. No need to wait. Let's do it today. Chen Zhao looked down at the 3. Stop us if you can. Hopkins, Tarila, the grandfather, and Ruby clearly didn't want to keep fighting. They'd all witnessed how strong Qinzhao was. If they remained here, they would die, so they chose to retreat immediately. But just then, skeletons broke out from under the pyramid. Everyone's expressions froze as they stared at the skeletons all over the place. What was even more absurd was that all the skeletons had machine guns. West's group was also confused. Was this real? It was too weird. Why did these skeletons have modern gear too? Just how much did the president have planned? Hopkins and the three others all turned purple. Okay, now tell me how you plan on escaping, Qinzhao called out. I'm going to count from 3. You either surrender or you die. 3, 2. The 4 raised their hands, but that movement didn't stop Qinzhao from calling out. 1. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. Stop, I messed up. Don't waste the ammo. That's all money. But it was too late. Even gods would die under a rain of bullets. At first, Ruby was able to defend herself with the ice wall, but when the skeleton soldiers started throwing grenades, she broke down with the wall. As for the other 3, they couldn't escape the fate of turning into beehives either. Human, leave! The old crypt demon looked at Qinzhao. Qinzhao looked back at him, and then at the beheaded ox-headed man. At first, Qinzhao thought that the crypt demons were protecting the foundation stone. But they gave it to Qinzhao so easily as compensation. Let's go. They're not good hosts at all. Qinzhao pursed his lips. President, you're the best host. We should have a party at your place next time. Don't even think about it. Whoever comes to my house for no reason, I'll feed you to the fish. Qinzhao looked at his underlings. Starting tomorrow, all of you go get some missions. Accept any paranormal events. Why did I even bring you all here? So useless. Oh, aren't there 2 more? One of them is an underground walker, I think. President, that's not our fault. We didn't run into our target along the way. What's the other guy? Anyone remember? I think they can transform their appearances. What use is that ability good for? Disrupting the enemy force. Qinzhao looked at everyone and considered it. Do you think one of us is a spy? Everyone looked at each other. I don't think so. We're all here, no more, no less. Qinzhao scanned everyone. If you come out now, you can live. If I have to find you personally, you'll stay here to feed the crypt demons. Even if you can look identical to my people, you can't pass the memory test, so you better come out obediently. Everyone exchanged glances. Was there really a spy among them? 1, 2, 3. West walked out with a terrified expression. Where's the real West? I hypnotized him. Qinzhao looked at the scam West. He's not dead, right? And no. When did you get in here? When we came up, I mixed in among the crypt demons. Let's go see West first. They found West. He'd only been hypnotized and wasn't hurt. Qinzhao kicked him awake, and West shot up. President, you all. When he saw his other self, his expression turned blank. Take him back to the headquarters. Let's go. It was already night outside, but they could still feel the fresh air. Compared to the repressive environment and muggy air inside the crypt, the outside was much more refreshing. I didn't think the family would have a loser too. Everyone mocked Fendilon, the fake guy. Fendilon didn't say anything. From his appearance, he was indeed like a loser. But he was quite useful in past battles. As long as he disguised himself as the enemy and did some things behind the scenes, he could bring unexpected problems to the enemy camp. He'd even disassembled the entire enemy camp by himself once. But it didn't work with the supernatural organization, because as long as he was unable to get rid of Qinzhao, then everything was meaningless. Thus, Fendilon acted obediently the entire time as if nothing had happened. He just wanted to escape this place safely and then disappear. Never appear before Qinzhao again. The president of the supernatural organization was honestly too scary. He didn't want to face Qinzhao ever again. Before, he thought that the family was already very strong. He thought that the family could fight against anyone and any force. In the end, they all died in Qin Zhao's hands. Even the undefeatable Father Hopkins and Mother Teresa were now only piles of ground meat. It wasn't the first time that the supernatural organization saw Qin Zhao fight. But during the Mapleville mission, Qin Zhao only did what was needed, so everyone's impression of him was still quite unclear. They knew he was strong, but just how strong? They didn't know. Today, they finally had a clearer impression. Qin Zhao was definitely the strongest president in the history of the supernatural organization. The next day, Qin Zhao had them go out to pick up some jobs and make some extra cash. It had the nice name of combat training. However, they were indeed very weak. Other than Jalanash, none of them had a complete set of combat abilities. As for yesterday, only Pamela and Belia had actually done anything, but their effect was minimal. As for Qin Zhao, he just sunbathed at home. Of course, while sunbathing, he also studied the dark shadow, his new technique. This was an ability that was the most effective at night. It came from the King of Wrath. Samuel explained it to Qin Zhao. No one could understand this ability more than Samuel. Chapter 651 If you're packaged up, you can be a god too. Chapter 651 If you're packaged up, you can be a god too. Qin Zhao could feel a core inside the shadow. It was probably the foundation stone, the source of mana. If Qin Zhao activated the dark shadow, then the foundation stone would replace Qin Zhao and provide mana to the shadow. Samuel, Qin Zhao said. With the dark shadow, is it stronger if the shadow is larger? No. You can imagine the dark shadow as a specific amount of water. If you stand there, the shadow hat you see is the entrance. At night, you can use your mana to expand the entrance infinitely. But while expanding, it also means that the dark serum is also spread out. Samuel jumped onto Qin Zhao's shadow. The dark shadow started moving instantly. It wasn't Qin Zhao who activated it. It was Samuel. Under his control, the dark serum in the dark shadow kept spewing up. The liquid transformed into an incredibly sharp knife. The blade cut through the ground and chopped down a tree instantly. Qin Zhao tried it too. It was quite easy to extract the serum. But the next step, converging it into a knife, like Samuel had done, was very hard. The main difference was that Qin Zhao's knife wasn't sharp at all. He copied Samuel and shot the knife at a tree. But the knife instantly broke down into serum again and flowed back into the dark shadow. Why can't I make it sharp like you? Is there a special trick? There's no trick, Samuel said. It depends on your personality. You're calm now and have no murderous intent. The dark serum expresses your inner state. So, that means I can never be like you? Qin Zhao felt that it was really cool how Samuel summoned dark serum into a sharp knife. There are many uses for the serum. You can use it as quicksand, like how you attacked the ox monster yesterday. Samuel's body started sinking in the serum. Qin Zhao rushed over to fish him out, but Samuel already sank in fully. A moment later, he floated up again. This time, he was hugging the foundation stone. Hey, this isn't a foundation stone. It's a foundation gem. What's a foundation gem? Isn't it a stone? Do you know about the mutant god? No, don't try to teach about religion and stuff. Do I look like I'm going to talk about this stuff with you? Then why did you mention some mutant god or whatever? I feel anxious hearing about it. The so-called mutant god is just a stronger mutant, Samuel said indifferently. They exist in hell and the human world. Like that guy that your people brought over yesterday morning. He received the mutant god's power through sacrifice. No matter how many limbs Princess and the others ate, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he'd keep receiving power from the mutant god. That Akiro received power continuously from the mutant god so he wouldn't get sapped dry. If the supply is continuous, then yes, but the mutant god isn't stupid. If he feels his power disappearing, he'd stop the connection. Then what does this have to do with the foundation stone? Wait, no. Foundation gem? Regular foundation stones are made out of a witch's mana source. There are similar methods in hell to use a demon's power. But this one's different. It's created with the power source of a mutant god. A mutant god is really strong, right? Who can turn it into a foundation gem? They're rare. It doesn't mean they're strong. It has God in its title. Isn't that a big deal? If you disguise yourself, you can pretend to be someone's god too. Oh, right. Go disguise yourself and trick some believers. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. That thought is very dangerous. But he understood what Samuel meant. These so-called mutant gods weren't as almighty as imagined. They only pretended to be gods after getting packaged up. Or people treated them as gods randomly. Why do Princess and the others like it so much? It's a top delicacy for demons and mixed demons. It's also very precious. You don't seem interested. I have a few hundred mutants in captivity. Okay, there was no point talking to a rich guy. Like if you're talking about what's good to eat and then the other guy just said, I have a specialized farm at home for that. Then the conversation was dead. Then you should have a foundation gem too, right? The mutants in my territory are raised for meat. We cut off a chunk of meat every now and then and it can recover quickly. But they're too weak, so they can't be turned into foundation gems. Qin Zhao continued trying to practice the dark shadow. The amount of serum couldn't be changed, so the size of the shadow meant a difference in density. If he turned the dark shadow into the size of Mirror Lake, then it would have very low density. Similarly, if the area was small, then it would be very dense. Qin Zhao figured out another use. He could use the serum to block bullets. He brought out a skeleton soldier and had it shoot straight at him. In the beginning, he was scared, so he drew out the distance. But after a few tries, he realized how unnecessary his worrying was. As long as the serum was dense enough, it was like an indestructible steel wall before him. Of course, it wasn't completely bulletproof. In the end, the dark serum was just a highly dense liquid. The liquid changed according to Qin Dao's will. But it still had its own threshold. It was higher than most liquids, but it didn't mean that it was actually indestructible. Qin Zhao couldn't ensure that his serum wall would block a sniper rifle. Mr. Chen, are you home? Nat called. Yes. We created an outfit for Princess and your little cat. Is it okay for us to come over and have them try it out? Sure, come on over. A while later, Nat, Triss, and Cooper arrived. The assistants Faven and Jabri also arrived. After that day, Brighton never showed up again. They didn't know where he went, but they were sure that he wasn't happy at all. But it was like nothing had happened. It seemed that no one cared where Brighton went. This filled them with respect for Qin Zhao. Chapter 652 Inviting Gaia to the Organization. Chapter 652 Inviting Gaia to the Organization. Please take a seat. They found Qin Zhao completely different today. It did not feel as stressful as the other day. Of course, this did not mean that they could be careless. What happened to Brighton was a stern warning to them. Qin Zhao was not someone they could afford to offend. Any wine for you? Sorry, we don't drink during work. Fine, I won't force you. However, they smelled the intoxicating aroma very soon. Beside them, Faven and Jabri began to wipe away tears. Even Triss was no longer in the mood to work. Nat and Cooper were in a similar state. Most normal people could not resist the purple brew's tear-producing effect. You really don't want a glass? I won't tell Zola about it. Qin Zhao was like a demon who lured them into the abyss. After they drank, they were in a worse state for work. Although the purple brew would not make one drunk, it would make one heartbroken. Fortunately, the effect was gone before long. They started working again. Qin Zhao sunbathed in the forecourt, while the 5 people had Princess try the costume in the room. Nat, what wine was that? The purple brew, Nat answered calmly. I've seen the wine's bamboo container in Zola's house. It's the same as the one on the bar counter there. The purple brew? That's the legendary purple brew? Yup. Mr. Chen actually treated us to the purple brew. Ah? I heard that a bottle of purple brew costs $2 million. Did I drink $100,000 just now? Faven exclaimed. Jabri turned her head and looked at Qin Zhao, who was outside. He's so charming. Stop zoning out and focus on your work, Triss reminded. Samuel wore a mini costume and allowed the five to dress him up. Wow, he looks really handsome in the costume. And he isn't resisting at all. Normally, cats will feel very uncomfortable with just a bit of fabric. Come, lift your paw. Ha! He can understand me. All right, stop being surprised. They're Mr. Chen's pets. What's so strange about that? Meow. Do I look handsome? Samuel held his head up proudly. Oh, I need my mount. Snow White, Snow White. Come here. Huh! A cougar? A white cougar. Although cougars were also fierce beasts, Snow White was not as big or terrifying as compared to the other pets in the house. Nonetheless, the group was still amazed. Her white skin was as smooth as the best silk. She was emitting a noble temperament mixed with some pride. Nat propped his chin, staring at Snow White. Right. Nat suddenly shouted. What again? What if it appears on the new product show in New York? Should we ask Boss first? Let me call her. Nat seemed like he was trying to take the credit. The others would not compete with him. Nat knew how to please Zola the most. Last time, Nat offended Qin Zhao, but in just a few days Zola used Nat again as if nothing had happened. Of course, it was also because Nat knew how to deal with people. Zola, I have a new discovery in Mr. Chen's house. What is it? Wait a second. I'll send you the photo. Nat took a photo of Snow White and sent it to Zola. Wow, is it Chen's new pet? It's beautiful. I had no idea he actually has a cougar. Zola, do you think it's a good idea for it to appear on stage? Of course, but help me to ask Chen. Is he home? Yes, he is. Zola, would you like to speak with him? Give him the phone. Nat approached Qin Zhao like a minion, holding the phone with both hands. Mr. Chen, boss would like to speak with you. Nat was the kind who bullied the weak but feared the strong. He would diligently serve those who were more powerful than him. However, he would be very harsh toward those who were weaker. Nevertheless, his ability was unquestionable, or Zola would not have placed him in such an important position. Chin, Nat just sent me a photo of a white cougar. Your pet? Yes. Can I borrow it too? Sure. Anyway, I plan to bring my whole family to New York. She'll be one of the passengers. Great! Oh, can she appear on stage? She's quite aloof. If you want her to walk on the catwalk, it's best to make her walk with my pet cat. Why? Because she listens to my cat. What? Why would a cougar listen to a cat? Maybe because my cat's called Samuel. Samuel, the Demon King? Why would you name your cat that? Because he's like a demon king at home. All right, it's decided then. I'll make some adjustments to the show. By the way, what's the procedure for taking pets on a plane? For commercial airlines, you can only check your pets in, but it's much easier for private planes. You only need health certificates for them. Do you need me to use my connections for any of your pets? Yes, actually. You've seen Abitos. He's been growing quickly, so he's quite different from when he registered. I haven't seen Abitos in a while. How big is he now? Almost 5 meters long, Qin Zhao said. 600 kilograms. Zola gasped. It was too big. She remembered Abitos being only 3 meters long when she last saw him. That's not difficult. Leave it to me. Zola knew many people, so Qin Zhao was not too worried. The group of designers had finished trying the costumes on Princess and Samuel. Meanwhile, they also took Snow White's measurements. Mr. Chen, we're done. We'll be leaving now. Bye. Nice, bye. We need to test Snow White's costume 2 days later. We'll be here again. You're always welcome. Of course, it was only for politeness. After the designers left, Qin Zhao's phone rang again. Chun, have you been very busy lately? I failed to reach you a few times already. I joined the supernatural organization and became their president, but the other members are all trash. Oh? There are people like you and me? Why? Are you interested? I would like to have an exchange with them, and to display my ability. You want to join? You can help me with the job too. Sure. Gaia seemed very interested. Chapter 653 Class B. Chapter 653, Class B. To Gaia, she was brought into the supernatural world by Qin Zhao. Now, she had a special ability. But she could not display it in front of others. It was very depressing. Usually, Qin Zhao was the only person she could talk to about this. Is there any taboo in the supernatural organization? Don't tell them that I'm the one who activated your bloodline. That's all. Okay, got it. Gaia was rather impatient. Can we go there now? Sure, I'll go and fetch you. Qin Zhao drove to Gaia's place. Gaia seemed especially excited. She could finally meet her companions, people whom she could communicate with. Qin Zhao laughed. He hoped that she would not be too disappointed at her new companions. The car arrived at the HQ. When Gaia alighted, she stared at the somewhat historical building before her. Immediately, she exclaimed, "What a mysterious building!" Ha! Just then, Aduz approached them. President. Gaia looked at Aduz. Hi, I'm Gaia. You're? I'm Aduz, the security guard here. As the protector of this place, Aduz had to be super powerful. My hand! Aduz screamed. He's a normal person. Qin Zhao covered his face. You're going to break his hand. Huh! Normal person? Sorry. Gaia looked noticeably unnatural. She originally wanted to display her power. But the first person she met was actually a normal person. Qin Zhao gathered everyone in the meeting room. Let me introduce someone to you, Gaia, a fitness coach. She'll be joining the organization. Hello everyone, I'm Fire Dragon Gaia. Fire Dragon Gaia? Qin Zhao turned his head. I came up with it myself. Qin Zhao's cheek twitched. The supernatural organization was really toxic. Gaia also became abnormal after joining. President Madam Gaia. Please call me Ms. I'm single, or just say my name. Fine, Gaia, what type of magic do you know? Magic? Gaia turned to look at Qin Zhao. She did not know any magic. Gaia is not a witch. She's special. She has a draconic bloodline. Everyone was wowed. They knew that there were people with special bloodlines. But they did not expect Qin Zhao to bring someone with a draconic bloodline. Gaia, can we test your magical power? Zhao asked. Qin Zhao also wanted to see if Gaia had any magical power. How? Hold that sphere with both hands. Gaia walked up and held the sensory rockwood. Immediately, the pointer shot up. Mana, 301. The group exclaimed. Finally, there was someone strong. Everyone became much more enthusiastic. Only Jalanash was unhappy because her ranking dropped by 1 again. Furthermore, Gaia looked like a tough person. Indeed, with a mana of 301, she was in Class B. Apart from the president, she had the highest mana. When Qin Zhao had first joined the organization, Jalanash had the thought of beating him someday. After seeing his terrifying power, however, she lost that hope. Fighting with Qin Zhao seemed no different than committing suicide. Now, another powerful person joined the organization. Gaia, what does your fire dragon bloodline give you? My strength is almost 2 tons, and I can breathe fire, Gaia said. Can we see it? Go outside, Qin Zhao said. Gaia went outside. It was the first time she would display her power before anyone other than Qin Zhao. Gaia inhaled deeply. Her chest expanded greatly, after which she huffed. A scorching beam of dragon breath shot out from Gaia's mouth, continuing all the way forward. Everyone was forced to retreat from the searing breath. Powerful. I can sense how much the flame can hurt me, Pamela said. Gaia, are you or the president stronger? Gaia looked at Qin Zhao and asked. How about a fight? Sure. I'll be serious. Gaia boiled with ardor, while Qin Zhao nodded. Gaia did not have to worry about injuring Qin Zhao. She knew that Qin Zhao was extremely powerful, even after she had activated her fire dragon bloodline. Gaia opened her mouth and expelled a beam of dragon breath. Lifting his right arm, Qin Zhao absorbed the breath, after which he turned his arm away. Boom! After being compressed, the dragon breath shot at the cliff on the side. With a loud boom, a large portion of the cliff was blasted off. Gaia saw Qin Zhao block her attack so easily. She knew that Qin Zhao was way stronger than her. However, she did not plan to give up just yet. Again. Gaia took in another deep breath, but she did not expel anything immediately. Instead, she shot out a few fireballs, one after another. A dark serum barrier rose up before Qin Zhao. The fireballs exploded on the barrier, but Qin Zhao was totally unharmed. Gaia suddenly charged toward Qin Zhao, but the next instant she felt her legs grow heavy. Her lower body began to sink into the shadow below Qin Zhao. Gaia wanted to escape from the shadow, but it was very difficult. Qin Zhao's shadow was like a deep swamp. I lost. Gaia admitted defeat at once. Qin Zhao's ability was too weird. She could not fight back at all. This must be magic? Qin Zhao released Gaia, who walked out of the dark shadow. She realized that there was some black liquid on her body. But the liquid very quickly slid off her body and merged into the shadow below Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao hugged Gaia as a comfort. I'm not that fragile, and I already knew the outcome, Gaia said with a smile. Gaia, this is yours. Qin Zhao gave Gaia a red ring. What's this? It represents your current mana class. Of course, magical power is not equivalent to power. Qin Zhao displayed his golden ring. Then, West explained to Gaia how their class system worked. If I can increase my mana to above 400, can I get a golden ring? Like the one Qin has. Of course, West replied. But the president's mana isn't 400. It's at least 500. Oh, President, your mana reached the upper limit of 500 in the previous test. I've then made some improvements to the mana tester. Now the limit sits at 1000. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao curiously. They also wanted to know what Qin Zhao's mana was. Qin Zhao wanted to know too. In fact, after the last test, he went to hell, where his magical power increased further. Chapter 654 Of course I sell, why would I not? Chapter 654 Of course I sell, why would I not? Qin Zhao gripped the sensory rockwood and the pointer jumped up at once. This time, it again reached the maximum. Everyone's eyes almost dropped out. Was 1000 still not enough to test Qin Zhao's power? They all looked at Qin Zhao in awe. Jalanash seemed completely disappointed. Originally, she had the wild hope that perhaps their difference was not that great, and she had a chance of catching up. When she saw the pointer, however, her heart sank. Their difference was colossal. The president's power was on another level. Jalag, why didn't you set it even higher? West complained. I would like to, but there is a threshold to how much magical power a piece of sensory rockwood can transmit. Anything above the threshold cannot be measured. Whether I set the limit to 1000 or 10,000, the actual threshold doesn't change. That's because you're not good enough. Try harder, West said. Make an electronic display next time. The pointer isn't accurate at all. That's for the future. Have you had missions recently? Qin Zhao asked. President, there aren't that many missions. Even if we want to, we might not get them. Chun, what do you mean by missions? Gaia asked. Usually supernatural events, or pseudo-supernatural events. In fact, most supernatural events were not real. People might think they were real due to psychological reasons. Only a small minority were real supernatural events, among which only 10% were malignant. Just like tumors, supernatural events could be classified as being malignant or benign. Benign supernatural events were mostly pranks by spirits. They would cause difficulties and troubles for people, but they were not fatal or dangerous. On the other hand, in the small number of malignant supernatural events, the culprits would be evil spirits. Many victims would either die or be injured. Spiritualists, whether they acted alone or in groups like the Supernatural Organization, were committed to eliminating such evil spirits and quelling these problems. Now that you mention it, I think there's been a supernatural event happening above my fitness center, but I'm not too sure. Oh? What is it? Remember the boxing center Zanla Douglas opened? Yeah, did something happen? Since you broke his arms, the boxing center had been suffering a rapid decline in business. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao, guessing how that person had offended him. A month ago, there was a fire in his boxing center. Zanla Douglas also died in the fire. And then? A few days ago, a student from the previous boxing center went into the burn center and heard frightening noises. It's like someone was boxing, but there was no one else. Gaia took a meaningful glance at Qin Zhao. If there's really a ghost, it's probably Zanla Douglas. Qin, do you want to go and finish him off? Not interested, Qin Zhao said. Nobody was surprised by Qin Zhao's reply. What was an evil spirit to Qin Zhao? A few hundred-year-old witch spirit could not even take a single hit from Qin Zhao. An ordinary evil spirit would probably die in Qin Zhao's sneeze. Anyway, Gaia was very interested in it. She discussed with the others about exploring that place tonight. West, Gaia's one of us now. Do the necessary procedure for her. I'm going home. The so-called procedure referred to the signing of the contract, like the one that Qin Zhao had signed earlier. As the Supernatural Organization, they would obviously not use a normal contract. When Qin Zhao returned home, he went to meditate on the internal alchemy stone at the center of the lake, practicing the Qingyi manual. This was the only method Qin Zhao had to increase his magical power. However, he was not a patient person. In the last 4 months, Qin Zhao had only practiced the Qingyi manual a few times. The abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area was actually extremely beneficial for magic cultivation. It was like swimmers. Swimmers from Africa, where water was scarce, could hardly compete with swimmers from other continents. It was the same for spiritual qi. Spiritual qi was to spiritualists as water was to swimmers. Training one's posture in dry land was far less useful than training one's speed in water. Despite having such an environment, however, Qin Zhao would usually choose to float in the water and do nothing. It was rare to see him actively practicing the Qingyi manual. Guided by the manual, Qin Zhao's magical power, or spiritual power, flowed continuously in his body, exchanging with the worldly spiritual qi. It was time to do some finances again. Qin Zhao's magical power would absorb the essence in the air to become richer, and then return to his body. Then, he would exhale the clouded gas and repeat the process. Cultivation was dull and monotonous. Indeed, after just half an hour, Qin Zhao lost his patience. No, it's just been half an hour. I can't be lazy. Qin Zhao decided to change his posture and continue cultivating. Cultivation did not require one to sit cross-legged, at least not for the Qingyi manual. In fact, any posture would do. Qin Zhao lay on the internal alchemy stone and resumed cultivation. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual qi in the stone slowly seep into his skin. He did not feel anything when he was sitting on the stone, but now that most of his skin was touching the stone, it became obvious. Then Qin Zhao fell asleep. When he woke up, Fei Lai was already back from work. She saw Qin Zhao sleeping on the stone and woke him up. Chen, is that sphere that comfortable for sleeping? I've been calling your name a few times. Yes, try it next time. It's a really good place to sleep. Fei Lai knew that the sphere was somewhat special. She had no idea how Qin Zhao had managed to get it there. But she did not know what exactly it was for. Just then, Qin Zhao received a call from Winnip. Qin, someone's interested in buying your wine. Are you selling it? What? Seriously? Qin Zhao's eyes almost fell out. Correct. Yes, why would I not? That's 100 million, Qin Zhao said without hesitation. Are you sure that the buyer won't sue me in my supermarket later? Don't worry. It's definitely a bargain. Qin Zhao almost jumped for joy. It was sold. 100 million. That's 100 million. Of course, given that it was sold legally, he would not receive 100 million. It was a leisure item, so he had to pay as much as 40% tax. Chen, what's so happy? Fei Lai, I've earned tens of millions, haha. Chapter 655 Gamble. Chapter 655 Gamble. Fei Lai couldn't believe it. How did you get it? I put the wine in your mother's supermarket, priced at $100 million. I just planned on using it as a promotional gimmick, but someone actually bought it. Someone bought $100 million wine? Fei Lai was stunned. I find it weird too. Who would buy it? Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Rasfa? Chen, Stephen borrowed money from me today. He borrowed money from you? Qin Zhao was shocked. How much? $40 million. For what? He wanted to buy wine. Some $100 million bottle. Fuck, that's my bottle? Qin Zhao was furious. Is he crazy? I think he's kind of obsessed these days. Why did he borrow from you? He can't afford 100 million? No shit. There can't be more than 100 people in the world who can pay 100 million at once. And these 100 people don't include Steven. His assets are valued around 500 million, but he doesn't have 100 million in cash. Wait. Chen Zhao hung up and called Winip immediately. Winip, you didn't sell the wine, right? No, we're still communicating. Don't sell it. Reject him. Huh? Are you sure? That's $100 million. It's my friend. His head isn't normal these days. Qin Zhao hung up. He'd never been so close to becoming a billionaire, but he still cut off this chance personally. He'd rather not earn this money. Then Steven's call came. Qin, why did you reject my purchase request? Do you think I don't qualify to drink your wine? If you want to drink, you can come to my house. Don't go crazy, spending $100 million. I have money. Fuck, if you have money, why did you go borrow from Rasfa? Is your head filled with shit? After the movie screens, my company's stock will crash. It's better to give it to Rasfa at a low price now. Get the fuck over here. Right now. No time. You don't have time to come here, but you have time to bring a $100 million check to buy wine. Qin Zhao didn't know what Steven was thinking. If you want to drink it, I have it. Won't cost you a cent. No time. Don't you want to see how $100 million wine tastes like? Steven's alcoholic side showed. Actually, he was just in the heat of the moment. But now, he really did want to know what $100 million wine tasted like. It was half alcoholism and half curiosity. Okay, I'll come over. Steven finally gave in. An hour later he was here. Qin Zhao waved the bottle. Come. Let's go sit in the backyard. The two sat down under a tree. The moment that Qin Zhao opened the bottle, an almost tangible fragrance poured out. Merely the fragrance was alluring enough. Is this the $100 million wine? It's only the fragrance. You should know that I'm good at health, right? Qin Zhao poured a cup for Steven. Did you drink the wine from before? How's the effect? Is this even better than before? Yes, much better. Now I feel like 100 million is worth it. Don't finish it all at once, or else you'll get drunk immediately. Steven sipped. Only his lips touched the wine, but he felt this indescribable richness. This wine makes me feel like the world is so beautiful. This was how Daydream was like. Even the most depressed person would think that the world was beautiful. Steven, how about we make a bet? Bet? Bet what? Bet your box office. What's there to bet for that? It'll definitely be a loss. Actually, The filming for the movie couldn't be more than $30 million. Adding promotional costs, it would only be around $60 million. Even if Steven had to pay for it out of his pocket, he could still afford it. What he really couldn't get over was that his reputation would take a hit if the movie was released. How much do you think your box office would be? It definitely won't be more than $50 million in North America. Then I'll say that it'll be $300 million, Qin Zhao said. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Qin Zhao nodded. Then, what if you lose? Steven asked. You can drink my wine whenever you want, Qin Zhao said. But what if you lose? Haha. If I lose, I'll be happy. You can choose the male and female leads in my next movie. Even if you choose Fei Lai and yourself, I'll help you film it. Don't even think about that. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Then he took out a lucky coin and stuffed it into Steven's hand. What's this? Is this coin valuable? Yes, in a certain way. If you need good luck, put a drop of blood onto it. Haha. You're getting more and more superstitious. The two drank until late. Perhaps due to daydream, Steven's gray mood dispersed. His laughter rang out from the backyard every now and then. This time, Qin Zhao got drunk with Steven. In the end, the inferior demons pulled them back into the house. Steven woke up at noon the next day. Usually, you'd be drunk for 3 days from daydream. Qin Zhao added in some regular wine, so the effect was reduced greatly. If Steven really slept for 3 days, he'd probably go crazy. Fuck you, asshole! You made me sleep on the couch again. Steven started yelling as soon as he woke up. You're awake? Want some lunch? Qin Zhao came in with lunch. How much did I drink last night? I slept for more than 10 hours. A lot. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hey, I don't feel bad. Steven didn't feel any hangover at all. Remember our bet? Of course. I'm not stupid. Steven took the lunch and started gobbling it up. Everything about your place is so perfect. So sad that you don't live here alone. Otherwise, I would stay here forever. Steven had a high EQ. He loved Qin Zhao's mansion and the environment, but he wasn't shameless enough to come to bother Qin Zhao every other day. Okay, I'm leaving. Need me to drive you? Fuck, do I look like I'm too old to drive? I didn't mean it, and you don't have to listen. Okay, get out of my house. Chapter 656 Private Plane. Chapter 656 Private Plane. Actually, Qin Zhao also had no idea if the coin would work on Steven. Beelzebub Sophie had told him that the lucky coin could only provide luck, not fulfill a wish. It would not let the user accomplish something that they could not. For example, if Qin Zhao used a lucky coin and hoped to become the president, it would surely fail. For the next 2 days, Qin Zhao was focused on cultivation. Of course, it was only relative to the past. It was simply because he had nothing else to do. Qin Zhao stayed at home every day and would sleep on the internal alchemy stone whenever he was free. Or he might enter the river map and play some games with the old turtle. Today, Gaia called him again. Qin, Zhao and I went to Zanla Douglas Boxing Center last night. We saw his soul. Okay. Did you finish him off? Yes, it was great. You should have brought me into the supernatural circle earlier. I'm glad you like it. It was Gaia's first time seeing and resolving a supernatural event. She sounded particularly excited. Oh right, the nautical diary has been translated, Qin Zhao said. Oh? When shall we go for the treasure hunt? Not now. I'm going to New York in a few days' time, Qin Zhao said. All right. What do I need to prepare? We'll probably encounter something supernatural during the treasure hunt. You need to be mentally prepared, Qin Zhao said. One of the items there is the King of the Sun Golden Chalice, which I heard can grant the user powerful magical power. Oh, can I become stronger? From what I heard, although the Golden Chalice can provide powerful magical power, the user's soul will be devoured by the chalice upon death. It's the price to pay for greater power. Also, there are many ways to increase your magical power. You shouldn't rely on something like this. Is it useless then? Gaia asked, disappointed. I'm looking forward to the treasure itself, the pirate's treasure. There should be many valuables, Chen Zhao said. Compared to things that could make him stronger, Chen Zhao was more interested in wealth. Today, Nat, Triss, Cooper, and the two assistants came again to try Snow White's costume and customize Princess's costume. To be honest, Chen Zhao somewhat admired the designers. Their designs could indeed change Princess and Snow White's temperaments completely. Rasfa's private plane was the Gulfstream G650. When Chen Zhao, Fei Lai, and the entire family behind them saw the plane, they were stunned. It was different from Louis Clallam's private plane which Chen Zhao took last time on his return trip. Louis had a large Boeing 747, which was definitely more expensive to make. The Boeing 747 was like an air castle, while the Gulfstream G650 was like an exquisite mansion. It was like comparing Rasfa and Chen Zhao's houses. They had very different appearances and experiences. Standing beside the plane, Zola hugged Chen Zhao and Fei Lai warmly. Fei Lai, long time no see. Just then, Daniel and Manny rushed out of the hatch. Hey, Chen. Daniel also walked up and hugged Chen Zhao. However, just like Manny, his eyes were locked onto the family of pets behind Chen Zhao. I think Princess has grown again. Abitos too. Is that white pet a cougar? I've never seen a white cougar. Let's board the plane. It's almost time to take off, Zola urged. If the plane missed the takeoff time, they would have to request a new one. Everyone boarded the plane. Daniel and Manny were totally engrossed in playing with the pets. Blackie was here too. He did not want to miss the family trip. To Chen Zhao, Blackie was also part of the family, although he had never appeared before anyone in the family other than Chen Zhao. Nevertheless, even Fei Lai could feel Blackie's existence. No, not feel. Fei Lai always knew that Chen Zhao had an invisible friend. Frequently, Chen Zhao would prepare an additional set of food and cutlery at home. Although it was not Zola's first time seeing Abitos, she was still shocked. Abitos would surely turn into a dinosaur one day. Chen, I want a pet too. Can you train it for me? Daniel really envied Chen Zhao's family. He always thought that Chen Zhao was a druid. Now, he was more certain about Chen Zhao's identity. How would Chen Zhao have turned so many wild animals into such smart pets otherwise? Look at Princess. She was resting in a corner, looking at the clear sky outside and eating some fruits. Her behavior really looked like a human. And Snow White was standing before Samuel with her head lowered. Samuel had been meowing, while Snow White would roar occasionally like a kid who had just done something wrong. Daniel could not imagine how good it would feel to have such an intelligent pet. What animal? Chen Zhao asked. Crocodile, Manny chipped in. Zola's face paled at once. It was frightening to imagine her daughter hugging and playing with a crocodile. Although Chen Zhao's pets were extremely clever and obedient, Zola had met all of them before. She knew their characters. On the other hand, she was still scared of crocodiles. No, Chen Zhao rejected without delay. Why not? Can you not tame a crocodile? Think of it that way if you like. Anyway, Chen Zhao would not tame a crocodile for Manny. How about a tiger? Daniel asked. Can't you just have an ordinary pet? But you have so many fierce beasts. Why can't we? You just have to tame them first. I could tame them because I'm stronger than them. Then what do you suggest we should raise? Dogs? The dog was the safest pet. They were safe even without training. No, dogs are too ordinary, Manny said. Oh, how about a leopard? Daniel said, his eyes glowing. When Manny heard the suggestion, she nodded in agreement. Mom, buy a leopard for us. Zola turned to look at Chen Zhao. Even if it was a leopard, she was still very concerned about the safety of her children. If you can get one, get a small one for them, Chen Zhao said lightly. Chapter 657 Animal Businessman. Chapter 657 Animal Businessman. Sir, excuse me, can you move aside? John Sunk stopped. An airport staff member blocked his path. He saw a few workers guiding some beasts out of the special passageway. Even a wealthy man like John Sunk had to move aside and let the animals pass before him. But when a white figure passed before him, his pupils constricted. Could it be? John Sunk recognized Snow White immediately. Because one of his teams had gone missing when hunting this albino cougar. He'd searched many times but couldn't find any news of his team. They'd seemed to have evaporated. John Sunk worked in the animal business, illegally trading wild animals. It was clear that his poaching team that disappeared in the mountains most likely died. He didn't care about a team's death. What he cared was that his prey had fallen into someone else's hands without going through him. It was clear that someone had stolen his stuff. He couldn't let this go. Sir, you may go now. John Sunk considered it, but he didn't go into the passageway. Instead, he turned and left. How much did an albino cougar cost? $15 million. Subtracting the $5 million for the poaching team, he made $10 million in profit. To John Sunk, this was also an income that he couldn't overlook. Whether this albino had an owner or not right now, it had to be his. As for its current owner, this wasn't a problem. He didn't care even if the owner was a top figure. For someone in his field, he wouldn't be able to reach this position if he was timid and scared. The armed forces that he controlled were even stronger than what the top wealthy had. Milford Leon's poaching team was only a small portion. Chun, Feilai, you can live here for these few days. Zola arranged for them to stay in a house beside the sea. Thank you, Zola. I won't disturb you all now. Bye. Zola left with the reluctant Manny and Daniel. As soon as Zola left, Louis Clallam arrived. George also followed him here. George was terrified of Qin Zhao, but Louis was very happy that Qin Zhao could come to New York again. After all, he was like a mutant too. Other than George, only Qin Zhao knew his identity. Mr. Qin, you didn't even tell me you came to New York. I'm so sad. Did you forget that you have a friend in me? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. He didn't tell Louis, but he still found out immediately. So, it didn't seem to matter if he notified Louis or not. Plus, he didn't think he was very close to Louis either. He remembered clearly that Louis didn't even pay the clinic fee. Miss, you're so pretty. Are you Mr. Chen's wife? Not yet, Feilai replied with a smile. Then do I have a chance? You can if you don't want Chen to throw you off the cliff, Feilai replied, laughing. Okay, I take my words back. Excuse me. Feilai went back to her room to unpack. Are these your pets? Louis looked at the animals playing in the living room. George scooted to Louis's side and whispered, Boss, I think they're looking at me. Louis looked at the pets in shock again. They're not regular pets? That depends on what you think regular is. How about you sell me one? Don't say that again. Okay, I was rude. Louis was a smart businessman. He knew not to push the limits. After confirming that Qin Zhao didn't plan on selling them, he changed the subject. Are you free tomorrow? I'll host a welcoming party for you. Feilai and I are going out tomorrow, Qin Zhao said. Oh, Mr. Chen, my friend has a weird disease. Are you interested in helping? Louis finally revealed the true reason why he'd come. What weird disease? Like you? I'm not sure. Qin Zhao considered it, and Louis immediately added, He's rich. What time? Qin Zhao and Feilai came mostly for vacation, so he wasn't willing to spend his time on work. Of course, if he was able to, he didn't mind taking out some time to make some extra buck. You can decide, Louis said. It's too late today, Qin Zhao said. I'm tired. How about tomorrow night? Sure, then it's set. I'll pick you up tomorrow. As soon as Louis left, Qin Zhao got a call from an unknown number. Hi, Mr. Chen, do you remember me? It's Catherine. Qin Zhao immediately remembered Catherine, the mage of the Witch Society. Of course. Miss Catherine, how can I help you? How come the entire world knows as soon as I get to New York? Qin Zhao was impressed by these rich and powerful people. It seemed that there was nothing they didn't know. He just arrived and hadn't even settled in and they were already here. Mr. Qin, I want to ask you for help. Are you willing to help? Miss Catherine, I'm here for vacation. These are old matters accumulated in the witch society throughout time. If you're willing to take care of one, you'll earn $200,000. If you take care of 10, it'll be $2 million. Qin Zhao was tempted. This seemed to be a nice deal. Even though the witch society was using him as a contract fighter, he could make $200,000 with one fight. It seemed acceptable. Are they all problems that can be solved with some fighting? Qin Zhao asked. Mostly, but some are a bit more complicated. Hearing that some were complicated, Qin Zhao began hesitating again. Mr. Qin, I heard that you're the president of the supernatural organization now. You know that too? Qin Zhao was surprised. If you help us with some problems, we can provide some spellbooks. It may be helpful to your members. Qin Zhao thought about it. What time? There's one that's urgent. I hope you can help tonight. He just arrived at New York and hadn't had time to get cozy with Fei Lai yet. And he had to go out now. He felt apologetic toward Fei Lai. Just then, Fei Lai came down and saw that Qin Zhao was still on the phone. Do you have something to do? Chapter 658 Cruise to Hell. Chapter 658 Cruise to Hell. Qin Zhao was too embarrassed to answer Fei Lai. You seem busier here than in LA. I won't go out, Qin Zhao said. Just go. I hope that my man has his own career. I'll be the woman that's always there for you. Fei Lai knew that Qin Zhao would frequently worry about her feelings. This was also why Fei Lai liked Qin Zhao. He would never force her to do anything. Qin Zhao respected her opinions, so she would respect his too. Moreover, a romantic relationship should never be one-sided. For example, Fei Lai was only able to come for a trip once every few months. There were also many uncertainties in Qin Zhao's work. Fei Lai, really? Of course. I'll be back ASAP. Qin Zhao kissed Fei Lai and then left in a rush. Charlotte's car was waiting right outside. Apart from Charlotte, who was in the driver's seat, there were two more witches. However, they looked like high school students. Sister Charlotte, who is he? Have we been waiting so long just for him? Is he a wizard? As soon as Qin Zhao boarded the car, the two girls began twittering. Please show some respect to Mr. Chun. He's a very powerful sorcerer. Charlotte knew how strong Qin Zhao was. That night, the grandfather and the Evil Spirit Society started a war. If Qin Zhao was not there, the consequences would be unthinkable. Qin Zhao glanced at the two pretty girls. One of them had thick makeup, while the other had a baby face. Of course, Qin Zhao was not a sexist. He did not think that girls should all look clean. A woman could choose what makeup she wanted. Qin Zhao would not be disgusted by those with heavy makeup. Hey, would you introduce yourselves, please? Cindy Claus, the girl with heavy makeup said. She reached out and squeezed Qin Zhao's shoulder. You look quite strong. The girl with a baby face said. I'm Alice Robert. Nice to meet you. I'm Qin Zhao. You can call me Chen. Are you our special mentor? Cindy asked. Special mentor? Qin Zhao turned to look at Charlotte. He had no idea when he had become a special mentor. They've only recently entered the supernatural world, which they do not know much about. They don't have any teachers. Since they joined the Witch Society, I have been teaching them. I brought them here also because I want them to learn from you. I don't think they can learn much. I'm only good at fighting. That's great. They're combat witches. What they need to learn is the way you fight. Fine. If you think I'm suitable, you can follow me. By the way, where are we going? New York Harbor. Qin Zhao thought of something. New York Harbor was a popular attraction in New York. It was the main method to go to Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty was. When Qinzhao brought Yura and Cheryl here last time, they took a ferry from New York Harbor. Of course, what Qinzhao really remembered about New York Harbor was not its scenery, but the supernatural legends. It was said that if someone was at the harbor at midnight, they would see the cruise to hell. This had also attracted many supernatural lovers to go and wait for the so-called hell cruise. Most people would return empty-handed. However, 13 years ago, a supernatural fan organization gathered 38 members from all over the country to wait for the hell cruise at the harbor. Among the 38 people, 37 went missing. Only one of them was found, but the person was admitted into a mental hospital. The hell cruise? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, the cruise from hell. Have you heard about it? Qin Zhao gave a bitter smile. How would he not know? It was a famous incident. Even a layman would probably be able to tell the complete story, not to mention that he was in the supernatural circle. Is the hell cruise real? Yes. Charlotte nodded. Actually, the hell cruise is a ghost ship. It's the Levicree which went missing 48 years ago. It would go around the Atlantic and dock at the harbor at specific times. Can I have more details? Levicree was affiliated to Federal Chains. It was a super luxury cruise and served. Say what's important. Chen Zhao interrupted. Fine. When Levicree went missing, it had 268 passengers. When it reappeared, that was already over 20 years ago. It was midnight, and a partying yacht with about a dozen people encountered Levicree, which had suddenly appeared. The yacht was hit and sank, but when the search and rescue team found the shipwreck the next day, they did not find any corpses. Nevertheless, there were videos taken by the camera on the yacht. Charlotte continued. In the 20 years after that, Levicree has appeared multiple times at the harbor. The most famous incident, which you have probably heard of, is the supernatural event 13 years ago. Is that real? Yes. Wow, are we going to fight the hell cruise? Cindy and Alice seemed excited. Charlotte glanced at them. They were new and fearless. In fact, the Witch Society has gathered people to fight the hell cruise in the past, but they all failed. Why? They couldn't find the cruise? Or lost to the ship? They didn't find it. The most recent one was 3 years ago. The Witch Society gathered 20 witches. When we reached the harbor, we saw the hell cruise leave the shore. We planned to find a speedboat and chase it, but one of the witches suddenly said, "Don't chase. It's filled with calamities." Filled with calamities? What does that mean? Dunno. That witch committed suicide the next day. Qin Zhao frowned. The cruise had forced the witch into committing suicide? The hell cruise seemed more troublesome than he had thought. Can we see the hell cruise if we go there now? The Witch Society has calculated the length of the hell cruise's journey. We can roughly know when it'll appear. Is it tonight? Yup. Charlotte glanced at Qin Zhao. What do you think? Are you confident? Chapter 659 Supernatural Figures? Chapter 659 Supernatural Figures? I don't even know what's going on. Qin Zhao only heard about the hell cruise and learned more about it from Charlotte. As for what really happened on it, he didn't know either. Charlotte couldn't provide much more information either. Right now, the pier was very still because it wasn't 12 yet. One could only hear the waves crashing. Charlotte checked the time. It was a bit after 11:30. Right then, a car came over. 4 young men and women came out. Qin Zhao and Charlotte exchanged glances, surprised. People of the same field? Hi, are you waiting for the hell cruise too? The leader was a handsome man. He glanced at Charlotte, Cindy, and Alice, but his eyes went back to Charlotte in the end. Compared to the youthful Cindy and Alice, the mature and sexy Charlotte was clearly more attractive. I am Houseman, president of the Supernatural Research Union. Supernatural Research Union? Qin Zhao was the president of the Supernatural Organization. They counted as colleagues, right? My name is Qin. I'm from the Supernatural Organization. Our groups have similar names. Charlotte, Which society? The two sides introduced each other. In addition to Houseman, there was also Cassili, Hannah, and Jarion. You want to defeat the Hell Cruise too? It's mainly that we haven't seen it before, so we wanted to check it out, House said. Charlotte looked at the four, but she couldn't figure out their backgrounds. It's very dangerous, she said. We wouldn't have come if we're afraid, House said confidently. Awooga. Right then, a ship's horn sounded. A huge black shadow came out of the hazy distant sea. Everyone's eyes focused on the shadow. It was the silhouette of a ship. The huge ship was covered in rust. House felt his knees give out, and he took 2 steps back subconsciously. Behind him, Khaleesi, Hannah, and Jarion were also a bit scared. Charlotte turned to look at them. You're regular people? Regular people? No, we're not, House yelled as if sensing Charlotte's demeaning eyes. The cruise ship got closer and closer. It finally stopped by the dock. No one could be seen on deck, but a ladder was thrown down. Charlotte exchanged glances with Chen Zhao and they nodded at the same time. The two climbed up one after another. Cindy and Alice climbed too. House, should we go too? Is that the Hell Cruise? So scary. Don't forget. We're from the Supernatural Research Union. We will undo these mysteries. Let's go. House started climbing the ladder. Khaleesi and Hannah looked at each other. They could only follow behind him. Only Jarion didn't start climbing. House looked at him from halfway up. Jarion, you're not coming? No, you guys go. I won't go, Jarion said. Coward. You aren't part of the group anymore. Jarion's expression grew uncomfortable. He, Khaleesi, and Hannah all joined the Supernatural Research Union mostly because House gave them a lot of money. That was why they accompanied House in his supernatural games. They usually went to check out haunted houses or creep around caves. If House wasn't a rich heir, no one would play these childish games with him. But then the ship started moving. Before the three could climb onto the deck, the ship already started moving away from the dock. Chen Zhao, Charlotte, Cindy, and Alice hadn't entered the cabin yet when they saw 4 people climb on. You guys really came? Charlotte furrowed her brows. It's not like this is your place. House glanced around. It looks like someone's prank. Who would drive a cruise ship out for a prank? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. House, let's go. Hannah tugged at his arm. The chilly breeze made her shiver. Where can we go? Charlotte's group of 4 ignored them and searched for an entrance. Just then, House caught up. Wait, let's work together. The deck is slightly safer. Who knows about the inside? Charlotte warned. We obviously came here to take risks. Ignore them. There's a door here. Chen Zhao pulled hard and a hot gust of air hit his face. The temperature inside the cabin was higher than outside. Fog rose up above the sea now, too. Later, have Cindy and Alice attack first. Let them practice a bit. Wait until they can't solve a problem before acting. Okay. The cabin hallway wasn't wide. It was a design from the 70s or 80s and not very efficient. It was even smaller than a hotel's hallways. The light overhead was dim and yellow, the floor was wood. Stepping on it would produce creaks that made one uncomfortable. Just then, a shriek came from the outside. And they saw House and the 2 girls run in. What's wrong? What did you see outside? Bugs? Huge bugs. What kind of bugs? I don't know. They climbed in from the wall. So many of them. They're like larvae. Chen Zhao turned back and looked outside the cabin, but there was nothing there. Where? I don't see anything. No way. House came to the door too and looked outside timidly. Indeed, there was nothing there. Did you see incorrectly? House's expression was confused. I really saw it, he mumbled. Chen Zhao was suspicious. He glanced at the 2 girls. They seemed terrified too. Just then, mist outside the door flooded over. Suddenly, Chen Zhao looked again and the deck was covered in insects. There really were insects. They were all fat pupa. But when the wind scattered the mist, all of the insects disappeared. Is it a hallucination? Chen Zhao grew suspicious. Was it because of the mist? He wasn't sure, but he still shut the door tightly. You saw it too, right? You saw it, right? I wasn't lying. Chen, what's going on? Are there really insects out there? They appear and then disappear, Chen Zhao said. Let's go look inside, Charlotte said. Maybe we'll discover something. This place gives me a bad feeling. Chapter 660 Chen Zhao is eaten? Chapter 660 Chen Zhao is eaten? Ding, dang, ding. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of metal striking something. At the end of the path was a half-open door. A red light seemed to be coming from the room. Chen Zhao and Charlotte exchanged looks. They walked to the other end and carefully pushed the door open. Peeking inside, the room looked like a forge filled with firelight. Scorching molten iron was flowing below the hold iron covers on the floor. Many underlings were forging in the furnace. What's inside? House Man opened the door. Chen Zhao and Charlotte could not even stop him in time. Everyone, both inside and outside the room, froze. What the fuck are those? House Man asked, stunned. All the underlings looked at House Man. Then, they let out a series of strange screams, raising their hammers or red-hot cutters. Chen Zhao pulled House back at once, while Charlotte hit her magic wand hard in the air. Bubble. The wand created a few ripples in the air that spread out like water waves. The surrounding underlings were blasted away immediately. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Charlotte was more powerful than he had thought. Who are you? What are those things? House asked, astonished. Which society, which? Charlotte said lightly. House looked at Chen Zhao. The supernatural organization? It's real? Chen Zhao did not bother to reply to House and instead said to Charlotte. They're called underlings. They're extremely weak. Underlings? Why have I never heard of them before? Charlotte looked at Chen Zhao, surprised. Are they magic creatures? Kind of. Only a very small proportion of them possess magical power, but even if they do, they're still weak and harmless. It's a good opportunity for Cindy and Alice to train. Can they even beat them? Charlotte asked, worried. She was unsure how strong these underlings were. Although Chen Zhao had assured her that they were weak, his definition of weak could be very different from theirs. They're about as strong as 7 or 8-year-old kids. They're not combat creatures, Chen Zhao said. That weak? Exactly. Chen Zhao opened the door again. He lifted his leg and an underling was kicked away directly. The other underlings rushed forward right away. They were not scared of death. Just like a bee colony, they would sacrifice anything just to cause a bit of damage to their enemy. House, Cassili, and Hannah were filled with horror. Nevertheless, like what Chen Zhao had said, the underlings could not be weaker. Cindy and Alice cast spells continuously, killing or injuring any underlings hit. Actually, even House, Cassili, and Hannah could kick the underlings to the floor easily. Nonetheless, there were too many of them. Even though the party had killed or wounded dozens, there was still a green mass behind them. Chen Zhao grabbed a huge red-hot sword from the side. Waving the sword, he charged forward and sliced anything in sight. Immediately, the underlings suffered a great loss. Move forward. Don't stay behind, Chen Zhao shouted. Chen Zhao opened a path in the underlings, and the party quickly followed him. They slashed their way from the start to the end of the forge. House and his teammates were utterly terrified. Finally, they reached the other side. House pulled the door and escaped from the forge instantly. The others followed and studied the new room before them. Chen Zhao looked at the place. It had probably been a theater in the past. But now, it had turned into a morgue. Corpses were piled on the floor into a small hill. Moreover, their clothes were already tattered. No matter how glamorous they had been, all that was left was dilapidation and disorder. They are the passengers of the cruise? But look at the corpses. They look like they've just been dead for a day or two. Suddenly, a corpse rolled down from the pile. He's moving! He's alive! House screamed. Cassili and Hannah were about to help the person up. Stop! Chen Zhao quickly shouted. Suddenly, the corpse stood up without warning. It had a pale face, sunken eye sockets, dry skin, and white eyeballs. Then, the corpse tore its shirt. Everyone saw a bloody cavity in its belly. Something was wriggling inside as if it was infested. Vomit. House was the first person to throw up. Cassili and Hannah were in a similar state. They covered their mouths, about to vomit. Just then, corpses began to roll down the pile one after another, after which they stood up. All the corpses stood up, revealing the thing that had originally been covered by them. It was a mound resembling the top of an ant nest. Suddenly, an infested corpse threw up a mouthful of green liquid. Ah! Cassili was hit at once. Screaming, her body began to dissolve. Qin Zhao had a bad headache as he complained. Isn't it a ghost ship? What are these? It was totally different from his plan. If it was just a ghost ship, Blackie could easily eliminate it. Had he known earlier that this would happen, he would not have come. $200,000 was not enough for him to take such a risk. Chun, what do we do? There's too many of them. Forget it. Leave them to me. Qin Zhao took out the bronze sword. Charlotte was somewhat surprised. She had no idea where Qin Zhao had hidden the sword or how he had taken it out. An infested corpse shot some green liquid at Qin Zhao, but his body was covered in Qingyi armor. The green liquid could not reach him at all. Qin Zhao severed the corpse's head in one strike. But the corpse still stood there, staggering its way toward Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao frowned. Cutting the head was useless? Qin Zhao changed the angle and stabbed the cavity in the corpse's belly. Indeed, the infested corpse collapsed on the floor and stopped moving. Realizing their weakness, Qin Zhao cleared the corpses at a much faster pace. Suddenly, the insect nest burst open. A massive black worm crawled out and attempted to bite Qin Zhao. Chun, careful! Unable to react in time, Qin Zhao was gripped by the black worm immediately. Fuck! Then, the worm sucked Qin Zhao into its mouth with much force. Charlotte paled. Qin Zhao was the strongest, but the first to die. She did not expect this at all. Chapter 661 Hell and Human World. Chapter 661 Hell and Human World. Just as everyone thought that Qin Zhao was definitely dead, a bronze sword suddenly broke out of the black bug's body. It cut out and up. A large amount of black liquid sprayed out of the cut in the insect. Qin Zhao walked out in a messy state. Fuck. So smelly. Qin, are you okay? Don't come over. Don't touch me. Qin, what's wrong? You can't touch the liquid on me. Why? Crack. Suddenly everyone heard a strange sound as if something had cracked apart. What's that sound? Everyone looked around, but they couldn't find where the sound came from. Crack. I think it came from under our feet. House said. Qin Zhao looked down. I hate this feeling. CR crack, boom! In an instant, the entire floor shattered and everyone fell down, screaming. Cough. Charlotte, Alice, Cindy, you alright? Qin Zhao waved away the dust in the air. Thankfully, the theater wasn't too high up. Qin, help me. Qin Zhao saw Charlotte. Her thigh was under a wooden beam and she couldn't move. Qin Zhao pushed the beam aside and pulled Charlotte up. How are you? Can you walk? It's okay. I'm okay. Qin Zhao found Cindy, standing unsteadily, and then Alice. They had different injuries, but they weren't too serious. Then Qin Zhao saw Hannah and House hugging each other and crying. We're gonna die here. We're gonna die. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come here. I still have so much money. I don't want to die. House was about to have a mental breakdown too. Stop crying. Qin Zhao yelled in annoyance. You aren't dead yet. But the two were still crying and getting sadder and sadder. Suddenly, a huge black shadow approached in the dust, accompanied by heavy footsteps. House and Hannah stopped crying instantly. Come, try crying some more. The two stopped. They stared at the approaching shadow with fear in their eyes. The dust settled gradually, revealing the true form of the shadow. It had black skin, a burly figure, a pair of wings on its back, and 2 horns on its head. A demon! It was exactly like those in stories. More specifically, this should be called a phobic demon. Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy immediately got into ready stances. But they realized that their manas were suppressed. Their strengths were cut in half at least. Chun. Our mana got repressed. How can this be? Charlotte cried out in panic. If they were repressed, then Qin Zhao probably wasn't any better. Qin Zhao sniffed the air. He smelled a familiar scent. It was a smell from hell. Fuck, this ship couldn't really be cruising toward hell, right? A Deathbringer? There's a Deathbringer here? The phobic demon saw Blackie. Phobic demon, why are you here? Qin Zhao looked at it. The two were talking in the demon language, so the others couldn't understand at all. What do I see here? A human who speaks the demon's language? The phobic demon looked at him in surprise. Qin Zhao took out his bronze sword. Why did this make him feel like he was in hell? A human who knows the demon's language and a demon in the human world. Which one is stranger? This isn't the human world. Without warning, the phobic demon opened its arms and charged at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao waved his sword. The blade hit the demon's fist, but it couldn't cut in at all. However, the demon also couldn't budge. Their strengths were equal. Everyone gaped at Qin Zhao. He could counter that demon? Not bad. Looking at Qin Zhao, the demon's eyes suddenly glared and a laser shot out of them. Qin Zhao used the dark serum to immediately raise up a wall and block the demon's laser. Power from the King of Wrath? You actually have the King of Wrath's power too? No wonder you aren't restricted. It felt stranger and stranger to Qin Zhao. He definitely couldn't remain here. His eye of power opened and his power multiplied. With a roar, he brought the sword down on the demon again. The demon swung its fist again. This time, the fist hit the sword and the demon was the one at a loss. It was sent flying by Qin Zhao's abnormal strength. Eyes gleaming dangerously, Qin Zhao attacked the demon with the dark serum again. The demon stood up in a panic, but the dark serum was on him already. It tried to seep into the demon's mouth too. It didn't dare to let the dark serum into its body, but just then, Qin Zhao's sword came down again. It twisted its head to the side and the sword cut down on the demon's horn. Hiss! The horn was cut off by Qin Zhao's sword. Charlotte and the others all cried out. They didn't expect that Qin Zhao could be this terrifying. That was a demon! Something from Legends. But Qin Zhao was crushing it. Ah! The demon let out a pained cry. The instant that it opened its mouth, dark serum flooded into its body. The serum went wild in its body, putting it in extreme pain. Qin Zhao raised his sword again and waved it with all his might. This time, he hit the demon's neck precisely. The phobic demon stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief. It never would have guessed that it would die in the hands of a human. House and Hannah stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief too. Their eyes were filled with respect. But after the demon's head was cut off, it still wasn't dead. You can't escape. This is inside Lord Lisoberia's body. You'll all die in here. Lisoberia. So, he was a subordinate of the king of Slothberia, like Amon? This phobic demon said that they were inside Lisoberia. In other words, this ship was Lisoberia's body? Qin Zhao, this ship has a spirit, Blackie said. It's possessed by a demon's soul. Can you drag the demon's soul out? No, he's alive. But the restrictions on Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy from the rules of hell were even more obvious. A demon would be restricted by the human world. Similarly, humans would be restricted in hell too. Qin Zhao got an idea. Perhaps Amon could find him. Amon had come on this family trip too. However, he went by sea and swam a few thousand kilometers. Chen Zhao tried to search for Aman. Surprisingly, he'd never been able to sense Aman so clearly before. Aman, track me down and come help me. Chapter 662 Bermuda. Chapter 662 Bermuda. Chen, I feel bad. Charlotte collapsed first. The same then happened to Cindy and Alice. They were affected by the hell-like atmosphere. On the other hand, House and Hannah did not feel anything unusual, just like Chen Zhao. Charlotte, Cindy, Alice, hold on to me. Huh! Chen, don't tell me you're trying to take advantage of us now? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Because very soon. Bam! Suddenly, the ship vibrated intensely. Everyone felt the world turn upside down. Chen Zhao shouted, "Grab onto me!" Seawater was pouring into the cabin. Seizing an opportunity, Chen Zhao grabbed the three and swam outside. Just then, he felt something grasp his left leg. Chen Zhao was about to kick it away when he turned and saw House Man. He was holding Hannah with his other hand. Forget it. Chen Zhao could not bring himself to kick them away. Since he was in the water, his hands were not free either. After 3 minutes, they finally resurfaced. They saw an incredible scene. In the mist, an enormous beast jumped out of the water and crashed into the ship. The beast was about as big as the ship. In the collision, the ship turned to its side. Chen, what's that? Chen Zhao knew in advance that there would be a collision, so he definitely knew what was going on. Chen Zhao remained silent, staring at Aman and the ship in the mist. Although the cruise ship was possessed by a demon's soul under the same king, it could not attack freely like Aman. It was like an evil spirit controlling a car. The evil spirit could only drive the car normally or crash it into something, not turn it into a transformer. While Aman was a projection, his power seemed to have increased greatly in the mist. Usually, Aman was only 50 meters long. But now he was over 150 meters long, and his weight had increased by 20 or 30 times. Just then, the ship was totally destroyed by Aman. The demon's soul finally left the ship. Blackie, can you handle it? No problem. Blackie flashed into the mist. He also seemed to be affected by the mist. He grew larger, and his speed was astonishing. What's that? Charlotte did not see Blackie, but she felt something move past her. Then, everyone heard an ear-piercing howl which pushed some of the mist away. Blackie swung his scythe with much force and caught the demon's soul on it. Nonetheless, Blackie looked somewhat tired. It was not as easy as dealing with ordinary evil spirits. Finally, Blackie pulled his scythe hard. The demon's soul still lost to him, and was taken away by Blackie. In the human world, Blackie was an absolute spirit killer. Even the giant demon's soul was no match for him. Of course, this enemy was probably Blackie's limit. But it was abnormal for such a demon's soul to appear in the human world in the first place. What do we do now? Nothing, Chen Zhao said lightly. Suddenly, everyone saw a shadow below the sea shoot toward them. They paled in fright. Was it the monster that had just attacked the Hell Cruise? We're dead. We're dead for sure. The monster would only need one bite to swallow all of them. The shadow rose higher and higher, pushing the seawater aside. However, what welcomed them was not its dark mouth, but its back. Settled. Let's head back to New York, Chen Zhao said. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao, bewildered. Settled? What's beneath us? House asked. Don't tell me this obviously abnormal beast is yours. The more you know, the quicker you'll die, Chen Zhao threatened. House went quiet. The party sat on Aman's back. Chen Zhao realized that Aman was shrinking. Since they left that area, Aman had been shrinking in size. At the moment, they were south of New York, which meant that the cruise ship had been heading south. What's south of New York? A place suddenly emerged in Chen Zhao's mind, the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is located southeast of the Florida Peninsula. It refers to the triangular region in the Atlantic Ocean formed by Bermuda, Miami, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. Each side of the triangle is approximately 2,000 kilometers long. But it was quite far away from New York. Even though the Hell cruise was very fast, there was no way they could have reached the Bermuda Triangle. They should still be quite far away from the Bermuda Triangle just now. Nevertheless, Qinzhao was sure that they had been heading in that direction. As for the people beside Qinzhao, they were still rather nervous. Slowly, they realized that the huge beast below them was shrinking and turning into a killer whale. They had no idea what was happening. However, it was nothing compared to the journey they had tonight. Qinzhao did not want to explore the Bermuda Triangle. The ship alone was troublesome enough. If Amon did not come to help him, he might have died there. Qinzhao decided that if he had to go there again, he would bring his entire family of pets. Amon found a beach to drop the party off, after which he left. Everyone was still in a state of shock. Qinzhao looked at Charlotte. Don't tell me that all the tasks you have for me are like this. No, absolutely not. Charlotte felt that the task this time was hell level. It was more terrifying than grandfather's attack on Hilda Hotel. If Qinzhao was not there, they would have died on the ship. If all the tasks in the witch society were this difficult, the society would have been disbanded long ago. Find me a couple of actual ghost houses. I need to relax. House and Hannah were speechless. Do you usually relax by visiting a ghost house? There's a cemetery about 12 kilometers away, where there's a group of evil spirits. It's one of the tasks that we're offering you. They're not as strong as the Evil Spirit Society, but not weak either. Don't you need to rest after the last fight? Charlotte was thinking for Qinzhao. She knew that he was powerful, but he had just been through a tough fight. He might not have the energy to deal with an able evil spirit group. There were a few powerful ones too. No, let's go now. I need to relax. The evil spirit group it is. Chapter 663 Stalking. Chapter 663 Stalking. Living souls! Get out of here! If you take another step, I'll kill you! As soon as they reached the cemetery, an aggressive evil spirit appeared before them and issued a warning. As expected, evil spirits make me feel refreshed. Qinzhao opened his arms and closed his eyes, enjoying it as if breathing in the morning air. Everyone was speechless. Can't you be more serious when facing a horrible evil spirit? You're going to die! Without speaking further, the evil spirit tackled Qinzhao. But the next moment, it let out a pained cry. Charlotte saw that the evil spirit was caught by an invisible hand. She couldn't help but think that Qinzhao had used this move before. Yeah, scream louder. The louder you scream, the happier I am. Qinzhao strolled through the cemetery under the night sky. Everywhere he went, a storm followed. House and Hannah walked in the center of the group. They'd come because they were scared and didn't dare to go home alone. Then they saw Qinzhao turn this cemetery into his own garden. The evil spirits seemed to be the prey that he used to relax. After a while, the cemetery was cleared entirely. Not a single evil spirit was left behind. Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy were dumbfounded. The horribly troublesome evil spirit group to the witch society was cleaned up as a way to release energy for Qinzhao. The expected battle didn't occur. Qinzhao looked like he enjoyed it. A few well-known evil spirits didn't even have the chance to show off their abilities. I feel much better. Time to go home, Qinzhao said. Oh, don't give me a single cent less than what we agreed to. A few steps later, Qinzhao realized that he was lost. Lead me out. Mr. Qin, let me call a car for you. House looked at him with shining eyes. The Qinzhao before him was undoubtedly the kind of supernatural figure that he'd been studying and pursuing tirelessly for so long. He was also such a strong spiritualist. Of course House would try to kiss up to him. Whatever. House quickly called over a luxurious car and got in as well. When Qinzhao reached the house, the sky was already lightening. He felt even worse toward Fei Lai. They'd agreed to come for a vacation. But he ran out and spent the night messing around. He didn't go sleep. Instead, He made breakfast and waited for Fei Lai to come downstairs. Even though he'd washed up and changed clothes, Fei Lai still sensed that he'd been up all night. Okay, this was a woman's instinct. Chun, you didn't sleep? I came back late. Qin Zhao didn't want to continue the topic. Come eat. We'll go to Liberty Island today and then. Won't you go rest? No, I feel great. Qin Zhao didn't want to sleep. If he did, then today's plans would be ruined. Qin, if you're doing this for me, you really don't have to. We've been together for so long. You should know me better. Okay, eat breakfast. Plus, you can't take care of them by yourself. Speaking of, we need a bigger car to bring them out to play. Right, I almost forgot. I'll call the rental company to send a bus. A while later, a double-decker was brought to the house. After breakfast, Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao. Are you sure you have the energy to tour with us? Don't worry. To me, not sleeping for a night is nothing. Fei Lai saw that Qin Zhao did look spirited, so she could only agree. Qin Zhao suddenly received a text. Lowering his head, he saw that he just received $22 million to his bank account. He was stunned. Why was it $22 million? What's wrong? Qin Zhao showed Fei Lai the text, and she was surprised too. Don't tell me that this is what you made last night. I think it's what I made last night. If you can earn that much in one night, I won't mind even if you go out every night. You want me to die? Qin Zhao joked. Receiving the $22 million, Qin Zhao felt much more refreshed. Fei Lai felt happy too. After all, Qin Zhao made $22 million more. She had no reason not to be happy. Qin Zhao drove the bus while she sat beside him. Qin, what did you do last night to earn that money? There were ghosts near my friend's house, so I went and took care of it. Was it dangerous? What's dangerous? I can do it with my eyes closed. Even though Princess, Snow White and the others had pet licenses, their species made it so that they couldn't appear in public spaces. It was okay in Mountain Town. No one would care. But if Qin Zhao dared to put them into the streets of New York, the police would probably start shooting at them. Thankfully, with the double-decker, they could sightsee from the top without getting out. Boss, it's hard to act. That man and woman are driving a bus all around the streets of New York. That albino cougar is in there. Don't tell me you can't do it, Johnsung said firmly. I'm paying you to get it done, not for you to tell me you can't do it. Jarls and Pig, who were following Qin Zhao, glanced at each other. Even though they'd accepted Johnsung's money, they still couldn't rob anyone under broad daylight. Pig, what should we do? Follow them first, Jarl said. I think they're going to Sigu Road. It leads toward the amusement park and there aren't as many people there. It'll be easier to act. Would we have to shoot? Bring the guns. We'll shoot if they don't listen. President Mr. Chen and his girlfriend are going towards Sigu Road. I think that's the direction of that remote amusement park. That's strange, Princeton, leader of the Sorcerer Society, said in confusion. Why is he going to that remote amusement park instead of a more popular one? No one even goes there. Sir, it's probably because he has too many wild animals, so he can only go to a park that no one goes to. That's true. I'll go over immediately. Keep your eyes on him. Are you sure? Mr. Chen is going to the amusement park on Sigu Road? Should be right. There's only one road and it only goes to the park. Okay, I'll bring people over, House said. Don't lose him. Mage, the Sorcerer Society seems to want to meet Qin Zhao again. That old bastard still hasn't given up. No, I can't let him get it first. But Mr. Chen won't agree to it. Why waste time? We can't take that risk. If Mr. Chen doesn't join us, we can't let him join the Sorcerer Society. Otherwise, the Witch Society's advantage would be totally gone. You've mentioned Mr. Chen's terrifying combat ability too. Anyway, if Princeton is going to meet up with him, then we'll go too. Chapter 664 in the Amusement Park. Chapter 664. In the amusement park. The amusement park was only about 1 hectare large. Nevertheless, it had a complete set of rides. When Qin Zhao and Fei Lai entered, the guard only glanced into the car. Qin Zhao slipped $200 to the guard. They managed to enter without even buying tickets. Although the amusement park was not empty, there weren't many visitors either. It was not like Disneyland, which would always be packed with people. There were only a few groups of visitors here. Therefore, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai would not cause any disturbance with all their pets. Nevertheless, not all the pets could take every ride. For example, Princess could not even close the buckle for the roller coaster. Qin Zhao would not allow her to take such a dangerous ride without a buckle. Nonetheless, the pirate ship was much safer. Then, they went to the Ferris wheel. When they walked out of the cabin, a couple and their kids approached them. "Hi, can we have a photo with your pets?" "Of course." Qin Zhao and Fei Lai were glad that some people liked their pets. Pig and Jarl stared at the large group of pets in the distance. "Why are there so many animals? I thought they would only have 2 or 3. What's that thing on the ground? A dinosaur? This mission is impossible. Let's inform boss. There's no way the 2 of us can finish this." Jarl took out his phone and called Johnsunk. Jarl said, "Boss, that person has too many pets with him. Many of them are large pets. We can't do anything. Idiot. They're only beasts. Fire a shot and they'll flee in fear. Do it quickly. Don't keep me waiting." Jarl hung up. Pig studied his expression. "What did boss say?" "He asked us to shoot and snatch the pet." Jarl looked hesitant. "Fuck! Who does he think we are? If the beasts charge at us, we'll be torn to pieces. We've taken the money. If we defy his order, we won't live to see tomorrow," Jarl said with a serious face. "Fuck it, we're going to die anyway. Let's do it." Pig gritted his teeth. "I won't work for him anymore." The 2 walked toward Qin Zhao. At the moment, Fei Lai was feeding Abito some ice cream. Don't ask why a fire dragon would like ice cream. Abito's just did. Just then, Jarl stopped near them and fired in the air. Bang! Pig pointed his gun at Qin Zhao and Fei Lai. "You're getting robbed." Qin Zhao, Fei Lai, and all the pets looked at Pig and Jarl. Immediately, the 2 could feel their hair stand up. They felt as if they had just entered a lion cage and were being stared at by a group of lions. "Give us that white cougar, or we'll kill you. Are you being serious?" Qin Zhao looked at Pig and Jarl. "Hurry up!" The 2 were actually nervous too. This was different from their plan. Why did the animals not flee? Originally, they planned to shoot the white cougar when the animals were thrown into chaos. Pig suddenly lifted his gun and pointed at Fei Lai. Bang! Qin Zhao reached out and blocked the bullet with his hand. When he looked at the 2 again, his eyes were filled with fury. "Fei Lai, stand behind me." Fei Lai was shocked as well. She did not expect them to shoot her directly. Pig and Jarl were stunned. Watching the bullet fall from Qin Zhao's palm, their faces were full of disbelief. They realized that Qin Zhao's look was somewhat terrifying. At the start, Qin Zhao found this slightly funny, but now it had turned into murderous intent. Just then, a few people approached them from afar. The group was led by Charlotte. Qin Zhao found the others familiar too. They were probably all from the Witch Society. They appeared after hearing the gunshot. Then, another group of people walked toward them. They were from the Sorcerer Society. There were more of them, perhaps about a dozen. Immediately, a final group of people appeared. Qin Zhao did not find them familiar, however. They all had sunglasses and black suits. When Pig and Jarl saw these people, they panicked at first. But soon, they heaved a sigh of relief. At least Qin Zhao would not kill them before so many people. "If you're here to stop me, go and stand beside them now," Qin Zhao said coldly. "Otherwise, go and evacuate the visitors. It might get bloody here." The 3 groups of people exchanged looks and then spread out. Qin Zhao turned around and patted Fei Lai, after which he hugged her tightly. "Fei Lai, cover your ears." Fei Lai burrowed her head into Qin Zhao's chest and covered her ears. But she could still hear. The two people dropped their guns and shouted, "We surrender." But very soon, she heard a miserable scream, followed by another one. Then it all went silent. When Qin Zhao released her, she saw two pools of blood on the ground, but the two people were gone. "Chun!" Fei Lai noticed Qin Zhao's frightening look. "It's fine now. Forget what happened. We're here to play. Don't let that affect our mood." Just then, the three groups of people surrounded them again. The people in black suits approached them. "Mr. Chen, we work for Mr. House Man. He would like to invite you to his place." "Not interested." Chen Zhao rejected at once. He was not close to House Man. Then, Charlotte approached him. "Chen, I'm here on behalf of the Witch Society. The mage will be here very soon. She would like to talk to you." "Mr. Chen, our leader will be here soon as well," someone from the Sorcerer Society quickly said. "He would like to talk to you too." Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao, who patted her. "They're my friends. It's all right. Should I leave first?" Fei Lai heard that they were from the Witch Society. It was clearly a supernatural organization. "No, it's not a secret." Fei Lai glanced at those people, who seemed to respect Qin Zhao a lot. She could not help but feel somewhat proud. At least, this was her man. Just then, Catherine reached the amusement park. Everyone could see her strolling toward them in the distance. Catherine approached Qin Zhao, but she looked at Fei Lai first. "Miss, in the name of moonlight, I bless you with enduring youth." As she spoke, she pointed in the air before Fei Lai's face. Then, Catherine turned her head and looked at Qin Zhao. "Mr. Chen, can we have a chat?" Before Qin Zhao could speak, Princeton, president of the Sorcerer Society, rushed over. "Catherine, you're ahead of me again. What a friend you are." Chapter 665 Night Attack. Chapter 665 Night Attack. "I'm sorry, can you move aside?" House came to join the fun. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Princeton looked at him. "Old man, do you know whose land you're on right now?" House said arrogantly. That shut everyone up. Before, Qin Zhao thought that he was rich. But compared to House, he realized he wasn't rich at all. "The three of you, I'm on vacation with my girlfriend right now. I don't want to ruin this vacation. If you don't have anything else, please go back now. Mr. Chen, I want to invite you and your girlfriend and these animals to my home. If I don't agree, will I get kicked out of here?" No. Then goodbye." Qin Zhao looked at Princeton and Catherine. "No need to waste any more effort on me. I'm not interested in either of your invitations." Qin Zhao didn't give them the chance to speak. He knew what kind of fart they would release before they even took off their pants. "Then, I'll come to visit you another day," House said, a bit disappointed. "Mr. Chen, if you have any needs in New York, please call this number." Princeton left a number with him. "Mr. Chen, I can also help you take care of any problems in New York." Catherine also left a number. The three parties came and left quickly. "Chen, I didn't know that you knew so many people in New York. We're just acquaintances." Qin Zhao shrugged. "Did your mood get affected by that?" "No, let's continue." This place didn't have as many rides as Disney, but it was still fun enough for Princess and the others. The only one who was bored was Blackie. "A roller coaster? Ha! The pirate ship? Ha! Qin Zhao, is there nothing suitable for me?" "Go to the haunted house." "Haunted house? It's a place for scaring people. They have a bunch of random stuff." "Oh, a scary place? I'll go take a look." 10 minutes later, a haunted house worker ran out screaming for his mother. And then a second one, a third. Qin Zhao clutched his head. It seemed that he'd said something that he shouldn't have earlier. In the evening, he and Fei Lai finally brought everyone back into the bus. Princess and the others loved the amusement park as much as little kids. They left very reluctantly. "Okay, we'll do it again next time." They were only willing to get into the bus after Qin Zhao made that promise. At home, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were too lazy to make dinner. After all, they'd already eaten a lot outside. The two cuddled in the yard and looked at the distant sea line. They were all tired from today. Just then, Zola's call came. She told Chen Zhao to bring Princess, Snow White, and Samuel over to practice the catwalk. Zola helped plan everything for them, so Chen Zhao couldn't make any mistakes. After hanging up, an unfamiliar number called. "Hello, who's this? Is this Mr. Chun? Who are you?" "My name is Johnsunk. I'd like to buy your albino cougar. If you're interested in selling your other pets, you can also sell them to me. I can give you a nice price." "Sorry, not interested." Just as Chen Zhao was about to hang up, the man spoke again. "Mr. Chen, I advise you to think carefully and don't make any brash decisions. Think about you and your girlfriend's safety. You sent those two guys today?" Chen Zhao's expression darkened. "Perhaps you don't understand my power in New York City. I can make even the mayor disappear without a trace." With a dark expression, Chen Zhao said, "Then you better hurry up. Do it before I find you." "Haha. Are you challenging me? I must say, this is a very unwise decision." "Then I'll wait and see." Chen Zhao hung up. He dared to hang up first? Johnsunk stared at his phone and muttered to himself. "Perhaps I should teach him a lesson. Maybe my tone was too gentle just then." He called someone else. "Lin Sand, are you and your men in New York right now?" "Yes, Mr. Johnsunk. We just returned. I have a mission for you." "What mission? What price?" "An Asian and a woman. Break all 4 limbs of that Asian, but remember to spare his life. At least, make sure he can still see and hear. As for the woman, do whatever you want. Also, he has some pets. I want them, especially the albino cougar. It must be alive." "What price?" "If you do everything I ordered, you can take 2 million from me. But if the albino cougar dies, you won't get a single cent. Mr. Johnsunk, please prepare your $2 million. Lin San said confidently and hung up. After that, he made a few calls. "All of you, get back here immediately. There's a mission. It's not out of town. It's local. High price. Hurry back." Within half an hour, Lin San had organized his men. He gave them some instructions and they set out. As for strategizing, it was only necessary for major missions. This was just one man and woman. What strategizing was needed? Soon, Lin San brought his men outside Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's house. Even though they hadn't prepared for long, Lin San's men were still fully equipped. "Leader, the heat detector shows that the couple are on the 2nd floor. There are a lot of animals on the 1st floor. One of them is unrecognizable but has a very high body temperature. Who cares what species? Shoot some tranquilizers and even an elephant will fall. Get ready. Dirk, you're in charge of surveillance. We'll work inside. Report to us if anything changes." Dirk looked at the heat detector. Just then, he saw a human figure stand up. "Hey, leader." That man got out of bed and his image disappeared. "Leader, the animals are disappearing one by one too." "What? What do you mean disappear?" "I don't know." Dirk was confused too. The only way to block the scanning of the heat detector was by lowering one's body temperature. Or using some metal to cover their bodies, like aluminum. "Leader, only the woman is on the 2nd floor. Her heat image is still there. Everyone else disappeared." Chapter 666 Have you watched Alien? Chapter 666 Have you watched Alien? Dirk stood before the thermal camera. It was different from a night vision device. A night vision device could not see through buildings and obstacles, while a thermal camera could see through some of them. It could even scan through most metals. It would allow them to know not only the distribution and movement of their enemies, but also of their own people at a glance. Just then, Lin San managed to unlock the door. Suddenly, however, Dirk noticed the last person in their team disappeared. His thermal image was gone without warning. Captain, Baker has disappeared. Repeat, Baker has disappeared. What? Everyone was filled with disbelief. They had not felt anything. They did not even hear a thing, but one of them had vanished? Who saw Baker? No, wasn't looking at him. Dirk, did you not see him? Haven't you been looking at the thermal camera? His image disappeared suddenly. I have no idea how. Linsand vaguely felt something was wrong. What's happening in the house? Dunno, the woman on the second floor is still lying in bed. How about the man? Can't locate him. Linsand felt somewhat anxious. Focus, everyone. Maybe they know we're here. Splash. Suddenly, everyone heard a muffled sound at the back of the team. They turned around, but there was nothing. What happened? What was that? Miles is missing. Captain, Miles' image is gone too. What? Everyone was creeped out. What was happening? There was a sound, and then someone was gone. They could accept it if there was an ambush behind and their enemies had dragged their people away. But they did not see anything, except their disappearing teammates. How could they accept this? Suddenly, under everyone's stares, one of them lowered without warning, as if something was pulling him into the ground. Hell! The next instant, the person disappeared into the ground. Run! Linsand was horrified. It was terrifying. The person had vanished before their very eyes. Suddenly, everyone felt themselves sinking as if they were in a swamp. One of them lost his footing and fell on the ground. He sank even faster, disappearing very quickly. Just then, a figure walked toward them. Captain, there's someone before you. Linsand's face darkened. The person was already before them. Why would they need Dirk's reminder? Sure, don't speak and disturb my girlfriend. Don't shout. Qin Zhao squatted down before them. By then, Linsand and the rest already had half of their bodies submerged. Everyone was terrified. Humans always feared the unknown. The dark serum below them began to rush into their mouths. Except for Linsand. He did not continue to sink either. Are you there, Captain? After thinking, Linsand nodded. What do you want? Were you sent here by Johnson? Linsand nodded again. Yes. What did he ask you to do? Linsand told Qin Zhao absolutely everything. Qin Zhao was clearly not an ordinary person. The only thing that might save Linsand now was the truth. Can you bring me to him? Without hesitation, Linsand nodded. Yes. Just then, the liquid began to pour into his mouth. Linsand struggled, but to no avail. Nevertheless, after the liquid entered his body, he did not feel anything unusual. You don't feel anything, right? Qin Zhao smiled gently. But Linsand trembled in fright. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable wave of pain in his stomach. It was as though something was running around in his belly. Have you watched the Alien franchise? Qin Zhao grinned. Linsand nodded slightly, his forehead covered in a cold sweat. When I need you to die, it will break out of your body like an alien. Qin Zhao pulled Linsand out of the dark serum. He curled up on the ground and shivered, unable to stand up. Qin Zhao turned and looked at where Dirk had been hiding. Dirk could feel his heart skip a beat. He was about to run when he felt a hot wave at the back of his head. When he turned around, all he saw was a bloody mouth. Are you going to lie here forever? Qin Zhao glanced at Linsand, who was still on the ground. Linsand stood up with much difficulty. Fear was the easiest way to destroy someone. Even Linsand, an experienced soldier, could not escape being dominated by fear. Bring me to Mr. Johnson. Qin Zhao got into Linsand's car. Linsand felt like he had almost forgotten how to drive. What movies do you like? Huh! My favorite ones are the Alien franchise, Deep Rising. Also the Saw franchise and It. Do you like them? Qin Zhao continued. Linsand turned to look at Qin Zhao. What exactly are you? Human. Look, it's flesh. The car arrived outside Johnson's manor. The guard glanced into the car. Who is he? My team member, Linsand said. Perhaps because it was too dark, the guard could not see Lin San's pale face. Go in. After Lin San drove the car in, the guard took out his walkie-talkie. Boss, Lin San is here. He brought the Asian here too, but the Asian looks uninjured. Lin San might have betrayed you. When Qin Zhao and Lin San alighted, they were welcomed by a few gunmen and their pistols. Just then, John Sunk walked out and looked at the two. Lin San, can you explain what's this? John Sunk looked at Lin San. I was forced. Lin San pushed himself to say it. Did I force you? Do I look like I've forced you? Qin Zhao shrugged helplessly. Forget it, I don't care what happened. John Sunk waved his hand. Asian, I'm very surprised that you've come here yourself. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Don't you have any sense of humor? How uncreative. Since I'm here, shouldn't you first torture me, and then ask me if I regret not accepting the trade back then? And finally, in my regret and despair, shoot me in the head? Chapter 667 Numb from Killing. Chapter 667 Numb from Killing. John Sunk was stunned. The bodyguards beside him were shocked too. Was this guy stupid? Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to think about torture too. John Sunk raised his gun and pushed it against Qin Zhao's forehead. Do you think this is fun? John Sunk stared coldly at him. Qin Zhao grinned. Yes, of course. Bang! Qin Zhao stumbled back and clutched his forehead. Fuck, that hurts. You actually fired? You actually fired! John Sunk stared at the gun that had accidentally discharged and at Qin Zhao. Was it because it was an unintentional discharge? So it couldn't kill him? Kill him! All shooters fired at once, but Qin Zhao's body was also covered by a layer of dark serum. After the round of bangs, everyone stared at Qin Zhao incredulously. What was that on his body? The bullets lost power after entering the liquid. When the shooting stopped, the dark serum peeled off of Qin Zhao. John Sunk retreated in fear, shouting in terror. Kill him! Kill him! A few bodyguards surrounded him, but dark serum flooded out of the dark shadow on the ground. The serum poured into the noses, mouths, and ears of the bodyguards. They immediately fell to the ground in pain, either wailing and clutching their heads or stomachs. Qin Zhao had created this. He'd gotten inspired by the phobic demon from yesterday. He let the dark serum enter the enemy's bodies directly. John Sunk turned to run, but he tripped over something. Help! Help! Let me think. How should I kill you? Qin Zhao tapped his head. John Sunk was about to piss his pants. He stared at Qin Zhao in fear. Right now, he'd become a horrifying devil. I'm sorry. I was wrong, I shouldn't have offended you. Forgive me, please forgive me. I don't know how to forgive. Qin Zhao looked at John Sunk. But I know a lot who can help you make up for your sins. Of course, they're definitely not gods. John Sunk screamed, wailed, and begged. He felt regret and despair. No matter how he tried, he couldn't stop the darkness from swallowing him. Beside him, Lin San watched as John Sunk was pulled into the deep abyss bit by bit. He started shaking. Qin Zhao glanced at him. Your turn. Lin San looked at Qin Zhao hopelessly. He guessed that Qin Zhao wouldn't let him go. He also made his last decision. Suddenly, he took out a hand grenade and charged at Qin Zhao. But after a few steps, his feet were tangled up by the dark serum. Bye-bye. Boom! Qin Zhao went to the entrance. When the security guard saw him come out, he pointed his gun at Qin Zhao immediately. Qin Zhao didn't even look back. Dark serum wrapped around the guard and forced the muzzle to face himself. Bang! Qin Zhao's spirits were low as he went home. He'd become more and more bloodthirsty. Back then, he didn't even dare to kill one person. But now, he'd actually killed more than 30 people without even blinking. Fuck. When did I become so sentimental? Sir, what's wrong? The taxi driver heard Qin Zhao's voice. He was afraid he'd done something to anger Qin Zhao. Nothing. After getting home, Qin Zhao acted like nothing had happened. He washed up and cuddled with Fei Lai, continuing to sleep. The next day, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai toured New York with their family again. At 2 p.m., they went to Zola's workplace. When the entire family entered the venue, it caused quite a commotion. Thankfully, Nat, Cooper, and Triss were there too, so they quickly calmed things down. The staff and models realized that Princess, Snow White, and Samuel would do the catwalk too. At first, they thought it was a joke. Soon, they realized that the animals seemed to know what they were doing. Princess had a very rich experience. Of course, that experience was only from one time. But for an animal, it was an accomplishment if they could obediently walk down the stage completely. When Qin Zhao and Fei Lai returned to their house, it was already 8 at night. The two changed into bathing suits and walked down the beach, holding hands. The environment here is so nice. Fei Lai enjoyed the sea breeze while listening to the waves come and go. Qin Zhao enjoyed the peace too. It would be great if there weren't any annoying things. Hello? What a coincidence, Mr. Chun. House and Hannah came over, hand in hand. Qin Zhao's face darkened. This was a beach in a classy neighborhood, and it was 8 or 9 at night. Was it really a coincidence for them to come here? I live here too, House said. In that house. He pointed at a house in the near distance. It was right next to Qin Zhao and Fei Lai's house. Hello, miss. We met yesterday, but I didn't introduce myself yet. I'm House Man. Qin Zhao was very annoyed at seeing him. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. We're going home. Bye. Qin Zhao pulled Fei Lai and turned around to leave. Mr. Qin, I want to join the supernatural organization. Please let me join. Qin Zhao face-bombed. Fei Lai looked at him curiously. Supernatural organization? But it was quite obvious what it was from the name. The supernatural organization only admits people with special abilities or magic. Do you have any special abilities? I have money. Does that count? There are so many rich people in the world. I have 35% of shares in Brazilian mines. I also have 23% of shares for the Australian metal mines. House started listing out all his business. Qin Zhao didn't know just how rich House was, but he was probably the richest of the people that he knew. Sorry. Still no, Qin Zhao said. Special abilities are the first condition for joining the supernatural organization. Can't you make an exception? No. Qin Zhao turned and left, but House still called out. I won't give up! Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was Charlotte. Mr. Qin, the Witch Society's library is open tonight. Are you interested in coming? Tonight? I'm busy. Mr. Qin, our library is only open once per month. If you miss this, you'll have to wait until next month. Okay, I'll come over, he replied helplessly. After hanging up, Qin Zhao looked at Fei Lai. I might have to go out. Go, Fei Lai said understandingly. Chapter 668 Strange Happening in the Library. Chapter 668 Strange Happening in the Library. It was Qin Zhao's first time visiting the Witch Society. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a quiet mansion in a city like New York. The outer walls of the mansion were covered in untrimmed vines. Inside, the path was dark but not scary. Charlotte brought Qin Zhao all the way in. Qin Zhao could feel the gazes of people hidden in the darkness, but nobody appeared before him until the end. Charlotte led Qin Zhao to a small domed house, whose surroundings and top were also covered in vines. This small building is the Witch Society's library? Are you kidding me? Go in and you'll see. Qin Zhao entered the house. He realized that the room had a vertical hole at the center. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. A spiral staircase extended all the way down. It was an inverted tower. Qin Zhao walked down the stairs, while Charlotte followed behind him. Can I read all the books here? You can read anything that you can open, and you can record the contents however you like, But you can't bring any books out. Qin Zhao nodded and asked again. Are there books that cannot be opened? This magic library has been enchanted with many spells. Magic has seeped into every magic book here, so many cannot be opened unless you destroy the entire book. Following the winding stairs, Qin Zhao reached the bottom of the library, which he realized was enormous. The circular room had a diameter of a basketball court. Dozens of shelves surrounded the whole basement. Charlotte snapped her fingers and all the lights were turned on. Mr. Qin, take your time. I won't be following you around. Charlotte stopped following Qin Zhao. She took a magic book from one of the shelves and sat on the floor, starting to read. All the shelves were labeled. Curses, toxicology, nature, strengthening, summoning, elementology, death speaking, divination. Qin Zhao grabbed a random book and opened it. Toxicology. Okay, not my thing. Suddenly, Qin Zhao stopped before a shelf. Mysterious happenings and items. Qin Zhao was very curious about mysterious things. Qin Zhao took the book and flipped through it. The book recorded many magic items, including demonic badges. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's hand stopped. Keys. The keys of mystery, the keys of the unknown. In the text, there are many records about the keys. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that there are 13 keys in total. The keys have appeared in every era. They have been passed down from ancient civilizations. There have been people who spent much of their time collecting the keys, and some successfully opened the third door with them. This is the human's limit. If you can open this book, and have a key with you, try to open the first door. If you want to learn more, go collect more keys and open more doors. Perhaps you will find the final answer. Open the first door? What door? Qin Zhao had received the first golden key from Winip, and the second key from the grandfather. He had gotten the third one from Murphy's mother, and the fourth one had been part of Pamela's collection. But until now, Qin Zhao had no idea what the keys were supposed to unlock. He had come across 2 books that mentioned the keys so far. None of them talked about what the keys could open. Qin Zhao took out one of the keys. It was not his first time staring blankly at one. But he still did not know how to use it. Thud, thud. Just then, Qin Zhao heard a series of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw a woman walk toward him. The woman had a white robe and her hair hung loosely over her shoulders. She should be a witch here. Hello? Hi, Qin Zhao replied. Are you reading a magic book? This should be obvious. Is there anything you don't understand? Perhaps I can explain it to you. Qin Zhao had an idea. Maybe the woman knew what the keys were for. Do you know what these keys are for? The keys of the unknown. The keys of mystery, the woman said. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. That was written in the book. The keys are used to unlock the human body's potentials, the woman said. Thinking, Qin Zhao asked again. How? Dunno. I don't have a key. I only remember that from a book. Maybe you'll find the answer if you find the book. Where's that book? Think it's below here. Below here? Yes, below this place. Below the library? Don't you know that there's a secret library below this place? Qin Zhao frowned. Then why did you tell me? You asked, so I answered. The woman smiled. Goodbye. The woman turned and left. Qin Zhao saw her walk behind a shelf. When Qin Zhao walked there, the woman was nowhere to be seen. Are you looking for something? Charlotte was behind Qin Zhao. There was a witch just now. I followed her, but she disappeared. That's normal. You're not the only person who can come here, Charlotte said. Is there another library on the lower level? Yes. Is it not open? Do you want to go? I can bring you there, but you have to open it yourself. Qin Zhao thought about it and looked at Charlotte. Oh, Miss Charlotte, by the way, you haven't given me my pay for yesterday. Charlotte hesitated for a while. She lifted her head to look at Qin Zhao. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her face. You're indeed fake. Qin Zhao walked forward and grabbed Charlotte. but immediately she melted like a candle. Chen, what are you doing? Charlotte's voice sounded behind Qin Zhao again. Qin Zhao turned to look at her with some reluctance. Are you real or fake? What are you talking about? There's something wrong with the library. I saw a woman in a white robe who told me there's a secret library below this place. Then I met a fake you who wanted to bring me to that library so that I could open it. Is there another library here? I had no idea. Maybe I should go and ask the mage. Charlotte had been here many times, but she had not noticed anything unusual. Why would Qin Zhao encounter such a strange event the first time here? Chapter 669 Turn Against. 669 Turn Against. Mage, when I led Mr. Qin into the library, he said that he met a woman who told him that there's a secret library below it. She also wanted to have Mr. Qin go open it. Catherine's face changed instantly, turning into an expression of shock. Where's Mr. Qin? Did he come out? No, he's still there. Raise the alarm. Red alarm. Catherine's expression grew more uncomfortable. President, what's wrong? Red alarm? Against who? Mr. Qin? Catherine didn't reply to Charlotte. Her expression grew more serious and even a bit worried. A bell? Qin Zhao heard the alarms above. Just then, he felt a breeze behind him. Turning around, he saw that the woman had appeared again. Hi! Qin Zhao greeted her and went back to reading his book. Don't you want to go down and see? You'll receive unimaginable power. There are even stronger spellbooks below. The dark serum under Qin Zhao's feet suddenly slid over, grabbing at the woman. But she stood on the dark serum without moving. Qin Zhao was a bit disappointed. This woman wasn't solid. However, she wasn't a spirit either. She might be made out of some spell. Don't disturb me. I'm busy. Qin Zhao waved his hand. Do you want to know the secrets of the world? Come down and you'll get the answer. Is your true body stuck down there? Qin Zhao asked. Wealth, honor, and women, the woman continued. I can give you everything. You don't sound convincing. If you strip and walk before me for 3 minutes, I might be tempted. The woman's expression stiffened. Why aren't you getting bewitched? Qin Zhao was confused too. Did you use some spell earlier? The woman stared hard at Qin Zhao but disappeared in the end. Duang, duang. The bell kept ringing above the library, so Qin Zhao couldn't focus. He recorded the content of some books on his phone. Then he went upstairs. But when he walked out, he saw that a dozen witches surrounded the door. It didn't feel right. Were they getting prepared to fight someone? Catherine, I just need to confirm. Are you going to declare war on me? Catherine stared hard at him. Mr. Qin, did you encounter anything just then? Qin Zhao thought about it. You mean that woman that kept appearing before me? You did see her? What did you two talk about? Nothing much. Qin Zhao shook his head. It wasn't like he could say that he wanted the woman to strip, so their negotiation failed, right? Suddenly, Catherine lifted her eyes, shooting a look. The 5 witches on the side cast a spell at Qin Zhao, whip extraordinaire. Qin Zhao's left leg and leg was entangled in 5 whips shimmering with silver light. He pulled and the 5 witches fell over. Qin Zhao dragged one witch to the front and grabbed her neck. Catherine, I hope you can give me an explanation, or else I won't play nice either. Mr. Qin, if you wish to continue our friendship, let that girl go and accept our test. We must ensure that you weren't affected by that thing below. I'm not your captive. Qin Zhao glanced at the girl in his hands. It's an adult fight. Kids, get out of here. He tossed the girl far away and tugged down the ropes on him. The whips seemed to be supported by magic and were very sturdy. Mr. Qin, I'm not joking. Catherine looked seriously at him. Catherine, I'm not joking either, Qin Zhao said with a dark expression. I won't accept some stupid test. Mage, is there some misunderstanding? Charlotte quickly came to try and smooth things out. He sensed that thing, But if you sense it, then you'll be unable to be free of its bewitchment. Everyone becomes possessed in the end. Catherine looked at Qin Dao and said, Mr. Qin, for you and everyone around you, please go into self-confinement. Qin Zhao laughed out of anger. What was this bullshit? Why did he have to go into self-confinement for no reason? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Seems like we'll have to fight. Catherine sighed and knocked her cane on the ground. Cage of light! A sword fell from the sky, shining with golden light, and stabbed into the ground. And then a second sword, third, fourth. The swords surrounded Qin Zhao in a ring. Then the gold light intertwined, going above Qin Zhao's head and transforming into a cage. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. You really want to fight? You've already gotten affected by that thing. Your heart is twisted. Catherine's tone was filled with regret. Qin Zhao reached out to grab the bars and break them. But the cage of light was extremely hot. He couldn't even touch it. It's no use. The cage of light is filled with divine power. Any impure people who touch it will be burned. Fuck you, impure people! Qin Zhao lost his temper. The cage of light suddenly dimmed under Qin Zhao's furious attacks. However, he couldn't break it. Mr. Qin, there's a sinful fallen witch sealed below, Catherine explained seriously. She is the most skilled person in bewitchment. If you stop fighting, I can expel the bewitchment. But if you continue to support that power, you'll sink further and further. Qin Zhao didn't think he'd gotten bewitched. He was still himself. He wouldn't get possessed by anything. He took out the bronze sword and glared at Catherine. Let me ask you one more time. Undo the cage of light or I'll break it myself and knock your old head off. Seems like you've been completely swayed by the bewitchment. Catherine shook her head. Everyone, support the cage of light. All the witches pointed their wands at the cage. It shone even brighter. Qin Zhao hacked at the bars with his sword, but a strong reverberation almost made the sword fall from his hands. This was already his strongest sword, but the cage of light didn't budge. Mr. Qin, you can't fight against so many witches by yourself. Surrender. Catherine's words couldn't calm him down. Instead, he grew more furious. You'll regret it! Chapter 670 Death of the Witches. Chapter 670 Death of the Witches. Eradicating evil. I won't regret it, Catherine said righteously. Her attitude was firm. The dark shadow beneath Qin Zhao's feet had almost completely disappeared under the strong light. But it would never truly disappear. Like what Samuel had said, where there was light, there was shadow. At the moment, however, the dark shadow had totally retreated underneath Qin Zhao's feet. The dark shadow was entering his body through his feet. That time, the dark shadow was released from Qin Zhao's body. Now, it was returning. But it was not the only thing to enter his body. The foundation gem went in too. Under Qin Zhao's control, the foundation gem, along with the dark shadow, flowed into his right arm. Just then, the bronze sword turned black. Qin Zhao lifted the sword again, opening the Eye of Power. Carrying endless fury, Qin Zhao swept the sword out. There was an ear-piercing sound. Everyone felt pain in their ears. Meanwhile, the cage of light was destroyed. All the witches maintaining it vomited a mouthful of blood. Qin Zhao walked out of the cage and toward Catherine. Mr. Qin. You've been bewitched by the words of the fallen. Catherine looked at Qin Zhao. Even if I've already fallen, I still hate being controlled by others. Qin Zhao raised the sword high above his head. Are you ready to die? No! Charlotte screamed. Ignoring Charlotte's cry, Qin Zhao brought the sword down. Catherine collapsed on the ground. Qin Zhao wiped off the blood on the blade. From now on, I am no longer a friend of the Witch Society. Whoever stops me will be my enemy. Nobody stopped or could stop Qin Zhao. Charlotte watched as Qin Zhao disappeared at the end of the path. She did not understand why. Why would this happen? Everything had been good. They were friends. Why would they become irreconcilable enemies in the next second? Qin Zhao was in a terrible mood. He similarly did not like such a quick change from friends to enemies. However, he did not regret that strike. Because of their old friendship, Qin Zhao did not kill the rest. Nevertheless, that friendship was totally gone by now. It began to drizzle. It was not an enjoyable night for anyone. The witches in the witch society were divided into two parties. Some of them would like to seek revenge, while others wanted reconciliation. Charlotte listened as the senior witches argued incessantly in the meeting room. She really did not want to be involved in this conflict. At the moment, she was sitting outside the room, staring at the night sky. Suddenly, she heard something. Charlotte! Charlotte! Charlotte searched for the source of the voice. In the darkness not far away, there was someone. Mage? Charlotte, come here! Dumbfounded, Charlotte walked toward the mage in the rain. Mage! Why are you? It's down there. The answer you want is down there. The mage pointed at the library in the distance. What's down there? Everything. Charlotte slowly walked toward the library. In the meeting room of the Witch Society, the few senior witches were still quarreling. You all should know what is below there. But we don't even know if that person has been bewitched. It's the mage's own claim. The mage has no reason to lie. No, she does, one of the witches said. What if she's the one who had been bewitched? Impossible. She's the mage. Her mind can't fall that easily. The mage's favorite granddaughter died a year ago. She died to the grandfather, another witch said. She had been constantly saying why didn't Mr. Chin appear earlier. We all know that something can take advantage of those who have lost control of their emotions, so I have all the reasons to believe that the mage had been bewitched. She wanted to create a war between the Witch Society and Mr. Chun. That's why she incited that conflict. Now that the mage is dead, you can guess whatever you want. Would you dare to say that when she was alive? I'm not guessing. I'm stating a fact, the witch said. Anyway, I can't agree to such a meaningless war, especially when our enemy should have been our friend. He killed the mage. He's our friend no more. The mage cannot die for nothing. We must guard our honor as witches. We must make the murderer pay. The mage caused all of this in the first place. The conflict shouldn't have happened. So the mage died for nothing? Anyway, I won't go and kill myself, nor will my students. If you're so eager to die, go yourself. The witches who wanted revenge were in a difficult position too. If they could work together, they might stand a chance against Qin Zhao. But now, they were not even united, so they could forget about revenge. Qin Zhao had eliminated the evil spirit society by himself, after all. Just now, so many witches tried to bind him, but he still broke free. He even severed the mage's head in the end. They were not confident in the revenge plan in the first place. Now, half of them would not even cooperate. Suddenly Cindy ran in, panicked. Help! Help! What's wrong? Can't you see we're having a meeting? Be quiet. Ms. Newman's sister Charlotte went to the library. And then... What? Why did Charlotte go to the library now? Then what? Then she jumped down from the top. All the witches gasped, making their way to the library. The senior witches all knew what was hidden below the library. But something like this happened at such a critical moment. When they rushed to the bottom of the library, they saw a pool of blood on the floor, but Charlotte was nowhere to be seen. It was more than 20 meters from the entrance of the library. Even a witch could not survive that fall. But where was Charlotte? Where did she go? Suddenly, something poured down from the top. What's that? It's gasoline. The witches lifted their heads and saw Charlotte and Cindy looking at them from above. However, there was a strange smile on their faces. Charlotte, Cindy. What are you doing? A cruel smile appeared on Charlotte's face. A match to light it up. Immediately, the library became a furnace. The witches' screams echoed from the bottom. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.